It was a Wednesday. The sort of Wednesday that felt like a Tuesday, and somehow made you wish it was already Friday. In the flickering fluorescent light of his cubicle, Chen-Ji sat hunched over his desk, the gray smudge of exhaustion under his eyes telling a tale of too many late nights spent chasing down faulty circuits and malfunctioning grids. As an electrical engineer for one of the largest power corporations in the country, it was his job to keep the lights on, literally. And he did it well, or at least he tried to, despite the endless paperwork and the endless complaints from his superior, Mr. Zhang, who seemed to think that the power grid was a poorly oiled machine. Chen. Mr. Zhang barked over the intercom, his voice grating through the speakers. The west side of the city is on the brink of a blackout. I need you to fix this now. What are you doing, watching cat videos on YouTube? Chen barely held back a sigh, though he couldn't quite suppress the roll of his eyes. He had no interest in cats, real or digital, but the humor of being accused of such a thing, in the midst of balancing energy loads, wasn't lost on him. A black and white picture of a cat wearing glasses filled the corner of his screen, laughing at the absurdity of the moment. Pushing the joke aside, he snapped into action, grabbing his toolkit and heading down to the facility's central control room. It was a cavernous space filled with hums and clicks, blinking lights, and rows of screens showing real-time data of power usage across the city. Chen's expertise had always been in the connections, the junctions where power flowed and the intricate systems that kept the whole thing running. It was, in many ways, a boring job, but one that had a certain order to it, and Chen liked that. As he approached the console, his fingers danced over the controls, shifting dials and adjusting power outputs. The system was stable, but the pressure was mounting. He could feel his pulse quickening as the alarms on the wall started flashing red. The energy grid was failing, and if it went down, the entire western side of the city would be plunged into darkness. He didn't have much time. Why is the backup generator still offline? Chen muttered, his eyes scanning the screen for a fault in the system. Then, it happened. A sudden surge of power rocketed through the wires like a lightning strike, and Chen barely had time to react. The control panel in front of him exploded in a flash of bright light, a sharp crack of energy that sent him reeling backward. His hands shot out to grab the console, but instead of feeling metal and circuitry, his fingers brushed against something far stranger. It was a sensation, more like an electrical current than physical material. His senses blurred, and in that instant, the world around him seemed to shift. He could hear the hum of electricity vibrating through the air, feel it pulsing through his body, like it was alive. Inside of him, the world was no longer just a room full of wires and screens. It was alive, a network of electric pulses, shifting currents, and digital voices calling out from all directions. For a moment, he was lost in the sensation, a floating sense of awareness between the physical and the digital, until the sudden jolt of another electrical surge snapped him back to reality. Chen blinked hard and steadied himself. His head ached, and his palms were sweaty from the sudden adrenaline rush. His eyes scanned the room, the air still crackling with the electric energy he'd just felt. The lights above flickered ominously before stabilizing, but something was different now. Chen, what the hell just happened? Mr. Zhang's voice crackled through his headset, but it sounded distant. Almost like an echo. Chen looked down at his hands, his breath shallow. I think I might have just died for a second there. Mr. Zhang was silent for a long moment, before muttering, "What the hell are you talking about? Get back to work." But Chen couldn't focus. He was still reeling from what had just happened. That sensation, he couldn't explain it. The surge had passed, but something else had taken root inside him. Something more than electricity, like he was somehow one with the energy itself. His mind buzzed, processing the feeling, the inexplicable sense of control. Shaking his head, Chen pressed his palm against the console again, trying to clear his thoughts. That's when it happened. The lights on the console flickered once more, but this time, he didn't have to touch anything. He could feel the power shifting, almost like he was controlling it. Without thinking, he mentally willed the power grid to stabilize, and just like that, the screens blinked, the alarms stopped, and the grid hummed back to life. Chen stared at the console in disbelief. What had just happened? He hadn't even touched the controls. He'd willed it. He rubbed his temples. Maybe it was just the shock of the explosion, but then, the realization hit him. He had done something impossible. The faint hum of electricity in the air around him pulsed again, and for the first time in his life, Chen understood it. Not just as a technician or engineer, but as something that flowed through him. He could feel it. I can control this, he thought, and instantly, the lights in the room dimmed, then brightened, flickered, and then steadied themselves. He was controlling the lights. The power, Chen. Mr. Zhang's voice again, this time sharp, irritated. What the hell is going on in there? Chen snapped back to reality, his hand still hovering over the console. He quickly released the power, and the lights flickered back to normal. The grid was stable, the city's energy had been restored, but something else had changed. He wasn't sure how, but the electric pulse had seeped into him, and now, he was different. Not just in the way he could control the grid, but in the way he felt connected to everything, every current, every circuit. What the hell is going on? He whispered to himself. At home, Chen sat alone in his small apartment, staring at the glowing blue screen of his laptop. He tried to convince himself that what had happened at work was just a fluke, a freak accident. Maybe he had just been too tired, too worn out by the constant demands of his job, but then, his phone buzzed, breaking his thoughts. A notification. A news article popped up on his screen. Massive cyber attack on global infrastructure. Citywide power grid collapses across the Western Hemisphere. Chen's stomach turned. He read the article in a daze, his mind racing. He recognized the digital footprints of the attack, an unprecedented surge, a fault line running through the heart of global systems. The very thing he had felt earlier that day, and then, as if to further confirm his fears, he felt the pull again. It was a strange sensation, like a connection being made between his mind and an unseen network. He hesitated, his fingers hovering over the keys. He could sense something in the digital air, a ripple, like electricity flowing through the lines of code itself. Without thinking, he clicked open a deeper layer of the internet, something encrypted, something hidden beneath the surface, and there it was. A string of data that didn't belong. A file with a strange label, Project Nexus. Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He knew what that file meant. This was no accident. Someone had been testing global infrastructure systems like a giant game, and he was now part of that game, whether he liked it or not. He clicked. The file opened, and in that moment, everything changed. The file that opened before Chen was a labyrinth of encrypted data and obscure codes. He had seen this kind of thing before, long strings of numbers that didn't seem to mean anything at first glance. But this time was different. As soon as the file appeared, something in the back of his mind clicked, like a switch being flipped. He could feel the data, the way it moved and shifted within his own thoughts, like an electrical current rippling through his brain. He leaned closer to the screen, his fingers trembling as they hovered over the keyboard. It wasn't just information, it was alive, in some strange, unnatural way. The file seemed to respond to his presence, shifting and rearranging itself, offering up pieces of code as if it were trying to speak to him. The deeper he delved into the data, the more it began to make sense, and the more he realized just how dangerous it was. The file contained blueprints for a massive surveillance system, far more sophisticated than anything he'd ever seen before. It was a network that didn't just monitor data, it controlled it, shaping and manipulating everything from political decisions to global financial markets. Chen's mind raced as he scrolled through the layers of encryption, each layer more complex than the last. Whoever had created this system was beyond skilled. This was the kind of thing that took decades of planning, resources, and expertise. But the more he uncovered, the clearer it became. The system was already in place. This wasn't some distant, theoretical project. It was happening right now. And the worst part? Chen was at the center of it. A sudden surge of energy coursed through him. The data in front of him wasn't just code anymore. It was like a living organism, an electric pulse moving in rhythm with his own thoughts. Without realizing it, he was manipulating the data, bending it to his will. The feeling was intoxicating. He could sense every connection, every relay. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the sensation wash over him. It was as if he could see the world through a different lens, a digital lens, where information flowed like currents of electricity through his mind. He could feel the pulse of every network, every server, every piece of data that connected the planet. The power was overwhelming, and for a moment, it made him feel invincible. But that invincibility was short-lived. A cold realization settled in. The system wasn't just a network. It was a trap, a global web designed to ensnare people like him, to control and monitor every aspect of their lives. And Chen had just stumbled right into the heart of it. His heart thudded in his chest as he pulled his hands away from the keyboard, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. But it was too late. The moment he accessed the file, he had triggered something that was now aware of his presence. Chen's phone buzzed again. This time, it was a text from an unknown number. "You shouldn't have opened that file, Chen." His blood ran cold. How did they know his name? How did they know what he'd just done? Before he could respond, another message appeared: "We've been watching you." A chill crept up his spine. He had a sudden urge to disconnect, to turn off the computer and run. But something told him that wouldn't matter. The moment he'd touched that file, he'd become part of something much bigger than himself. Suddenly, a new window popped up on his screen. It wasn't a message, it was a live feed, a video. It showed him, his own apartment, through the lens of his laptop's webcam. The feed was grainy, but it was unmistakable. He could see the clutter of his desk, the worn chair by the window, the half-eaten takeout containers on the counter. But the most chilling part was the shadow in the corner of the room. Someone was watching him. Chen's breath caught in his throat as the realization hit him. Whoever was behind this system had access to everything. They knew where he was, they knew what he was doing, and they had been tracking him for far longer than he could imagine. The feed cut off abruptly, replaced by a simple message: "If you want to survive, you'll need help." For the first time, Chen felt a cold shiver of fear. He wasn't sure who had sent the message, or how they knew what was happening, but one thing was clear: he was no longer just an observer. He was a player in this game. Desperately, Chen grabbed his phone and dialed the number of his old friend, Mia. Mia was one of the best hackers in the world, someone who could slip through digital cracks faster than a shadow. He'd met her years ago at a tech conference, where they'd bonded over their shared love of cracking codes and manipulating systems. She picked up after the first ring. "Chen?" Mia's voice was laced with concern. "What's going on? You sound off." "I need your help," Chen said, his voice low. "I think I've just uncovered something big, something dangerous. I need to show you what I found." "Are you in trouble?" Mia asked. "Chen, what's going on?" Chen hesitated for a moment, but then, with a grim determination, he told her everything: about the file, about the surveillance system, and about the strange sensation he had when he accessed it. Mia listened in silence, and when he was finished, she was quiet for a long time. "You're not crazy," she finally said. "But this is bigger than you think. You've just stepped into the middle of a global power struggle. People have been building this surveillance system for years, and they won't let you walk away from it. Not without consequences." "Then what do I do?" Chen asked, his voice desperate. "Get off the grid. Right now. Don't trust your devices. Don't trust anything connected to the internet. We need to get you out of there, and we need to move fast." Before he could ask another question, the call ended abruptly. Chen stared at his phone, his heart racing. He hadn't realized how deeply he'd become entangled in this web until now. But Mia was right, he had to get out. Fast. Without wasting another second, Chen grabbed his jacket and hurried out of the apartment. The streets outside were buzzing with the usual late-night energy of the city, people walking home from bars, the distant hum of traffic. But Chen's mind was elsewhere. His body moved on autopilot as he walked toward the subway station, his thoughts racing. He had no idea who was after him, but he knew one thing for sure: this wasn't just about hacking into a file. It was about something far more dangerous. This wasn't just about accessing information, it was about controlling it. And now, he was caught in the middle of a conspiracy that reached further than he could have ever imagined. The deeper he got, the more it seemed like the world was a vast network of connections, all leading back to a central point. The power he had experienced, the ability to manipulate the flow of data, was no accident. He had been chosen, but he didn't know by whom. As he descended into the depths of the subway, a strange thought flickered in his mind. What if this was all part of a much larger plan? What if, in some twisted way, he was the key to something even bigger than himself? He wasn't sure if he was ready to find out, but there was no turning back now. Chen's footsteps echoed in the cavernous subway station, the noise of the city above him muffled by the concrete and steel of the underground. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching him, even though the station was relatively empty. He kept his head down, moving quickly toward the platform. His mind raced as he tried to piece together everything that had happened over the past few hours, but each time he tried to make sense of it, the pieces slipped further apart. His phone buzzed again, and Chen nearly jumped out of his skin. It was a text from Mia: "Meet me at the old warehouse on 5th, move fast." His heart skipped a beat. The urgency in Mia's message was unmistakable. He quickly tapped out a reply, asking if she was sure it was safe, but the reply came almost immediately: "They're already looking for you. Don't ask questions. Just come." Chen didn't hesitate this time. He knew better than to question Mia when she sounded like that. She knew the game, the stakes, and how to survive it. He moved quickly, slipping through the turnstile and darting down the dark tunnel toward the exit, trying not to draw attention to himself. As he reached the surface, the crisp night air hit him like a wave. The streets were quieter now, the hum of the city less pronounced. It felt almost as if the world had gone still, as though everyone and everything was holding its breath. Chen felt like a fugitive, even though he hadn't done anything more than stumble upon the wrong file. But he knew better than to think this was just a coincidence. The warehouse was only a few blocks away. He moved quickly but carefully, glancing over his shoulder every few steps, half expecting someone to be following him. When he finally arrived, the building loomed before him like an industrial ghost, dark, hulking, and abandoned. A low hum echoed from inside, but there was no sign of life on the outside. Chen pulled open the heavy metal door and stepped into the dimly lit interior. The air was thick with dust and the scent of old machinery, the walls lined with shelves of forgotten equipment. In the far corner, Mia stood with her back to him, her arms crossed, staring at a bank of monitors. "You're late," she said without turning around. Her voice had a cool edge to it, but Chen could hear the concern buried underneath. "You have any idea what you've gotten yourself into?" Chen didn't respond right away. He was too busy scanning the room for any signs of danger, any shadow that might move a little too fast or a sound that was just a little too quiet. But the warehouse was empty, save for Mia and the hum of the machines. "Do you have any idea what's going on, Mia?" he asked, his voice low. He felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him, the burden of knowledge that had come with opening that file. "I mean, what is this? I thought I was just looking at some random hacker's project, but this goes way beyond that. This is global. It's everything." Mia didn't answer immediately. She stood for a moment, staring at the screens, her fingers tapping nervously on the console. Finally, she spoke. "It's a data manipulation program," she said slowly. "A global one. The file you found, it's not just some data feed. It's the control center for every digital device, every electronic signal across the planet. Think of it like a hidden hand, pulling the strings on every network, every system. If they can control the data, they can control everything. The stock market, the government, the media, it's all part of the plan. Chen's mind spun as he processed what Mia was saying. He had thought the system was just monitoring data, like some kind of surveillance. But this was something else. It wasn't just about watching, it was about shaping the world itself. But how? How do they even control all this? He asked. His voice was shaky, but he couldn't stop himself. He had to know. Mia turned to face him then, her eyes serious. The system you stumbled on, it's the key to everything. It's not just a network, it's a living, breathing digital entity. Whoever controls it controls the flow of information, which means they can control everything. They can manipulate events, influence political decisions, crash markets, even cause wars. This isn't about hacking into some database, it's about owning the very pulse of the world. Chen swallowed hard. He had no idea the scale of what he had uncovered. He had just thought he was poking around, being curious. But now, he realized, his curiosity had opened a door that shouldn't have been opened. A door that had been carefully hidden, locked, and guarded by powerful forces. So what do we do now? Chen asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Mia didn't answer right away. She turned back to the monitors, her fingers flying over the keys. We don't have much time. The people behind this system, they've been watching you since you opened that file. They know who you are. They know everything about you. And they're coming for you. If we're going to stop them, we need to shut the system down, but it's not going to be easy. You can't just unplug it like a regular server. This thing is embedded in the infrastructure of the world. Chen felt his pulse quicken. He could feel the weight of the world pressing down on him, the knowledge that he was part of something far bigger than he could ever have imagined. But he also felt a strange sense of determination, a pull toward something he couldn't explain. Where do we start? He asked. Mia glanced at him, her eyes narrowing. We start with the source. The server that controls everything. It's hidden in plain sight, buried deep inside the global network. If we can find it, we can destroy it, and with it, the control system. Chen nodded, though he didn't fully understand what Mia was talking about. He was still trying to process the idea that he was at the center of a global conspiracy, but there wasn't time to think about that now. There was only one thing to do: stop them before it was too late. Without another word, Mia turned to the screens, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Chen watched as she pulled up layers of code, tracing the threads of the global network. It was like watching a master at work. Mia was calm, precise, every movement purposeful. She was in her element, and Chen felt a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, they had a chance. But the more they dug, the more they uncovered. The system was vast, sprawling across every corner of the planet, hidden behind layers of firewalls and security measures that seemed impossible to bypass. But Mia was relentless, and with Chen's new abilities, his understanding of the network itself, they began to make progress. They spent hours in the warehouse, tracing the connections, pulling apart the layers of encryption. It wasn't easy. Every time they thought they were close, the system seemed to adapt, shifting and morphing to protect itself. But Chen could feel it, deep in his bones, the power of the network, the electricity flowing through the wires, through the air, through him. It was like he was part of it, and it was part of him. He could sense the pathways, the digital veins running beneath the surface, and it became easier to navigate, to bypass the walls. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Mia let out a low, triumphant laugh. Got it. Chen turned to look at the screen. It was the control center. The heart of the system. Now came the hard part. Mia turned to him, her face serious. You're the only one who can do this. You're the key. Chen nodded, even though a knot of fear twisted in his stomach. He didn't know if he was ready for what was about to happen. But he knew one thing for sure: there was no going back. With a deep breath, Chen reached out toward the screen. He closed his eyes, and for the first time, he let the current flow through him completely. He could feel the power, the data, the pulse of the network. And with a single thought, he willed it to stop. Wang Lin was half distracted when it happened. The control room was as quiet as it ever was, the hum of the power grid the only constant sound that filled the air. He was alone at the station, late shift again. It wasn't that Wang Lin minded the silence. In fact, it was one of the things he liked most about his job. Being a power engineer meant that you didn't have to deal with customers, politicians, or the usual headaches. The job was simple: monitor the system, troubleshoot when necessary, and keep the lights on. But tonight, the usual calm was broken by a strange vibration in the air. He leaned back in his chair, glancing up at the wall of monitors. Everything looked normal, except for one thing. There was a subtle, almost imperceptible flicker in the power grid. He noticed it because of the sudden change in the hum of the machines. It was like a faint pulse, a gentle but distinct shift that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He chalked it up to a minor glitch in the system, something that wouldn't need his attention until the morning crew came in, but before he could dismiss the thought, the flickering intensified. It wasn't just a glitch anymore, it was a surge that came from nowhere. Wang Lin frowned, his fingers hovering over the console. The power lines outside the building were shaking, and the faint buzzing in the room grew louder, like the sound of static before a storm. Then the power went out. The entire room went pitch black for a split second. Wang Lin had no time to react. He reached instinctively for the emergency backup switch, but before his hand could even touch the panel, a sudden burst of energy coursed through his body. It wasn't just an electrical shock, it was something more, something that felt like the very essence of energy itself. He froze, feeling the jolt of electricity dance through his fingers, his heart racing. It wasn't painful, in fact, it was almost pleasurable. A warmth spread through his chest, and a strange sensation of power filled him, making his body feel lighter, more alive. In the silence that followed, Wang Lin didn't know what had just happened. He sat there for a moment, trying to make sense of what he had felt. The lights flickered back on, and everything seemed to return to normal. But Wang Lin wasn't normal. He could feel it now, the tingling sensation still radiated through his skin. He muttered under his breath. It was impossible. He couldn't have. But something inside him told him he had. He had somehow absorbed the energy from the grid, become one with it. Confused, he sat back in his chair, his mind racing. What had just happened? Was it a freak accident? Was his body somehow connected to the grid now? He shook his head, trying to dismiss the thoughts. It didn't make sense. He was just a power engineer. He wasn't some kind of conduit for electricity. But that night, something inside him changed. The following day, Wang Lin tried to go about his routine like nothing had happened. He didn't mention the incident to anyone. After all, it wasn't like he could explain it. How do you tell someone that you think you just became part of the power grid, but something was different? As he sat in the cafe near his apartment that morning, sipping his coffee, he noticed the lights overhead flickering, just like they had at the station. He watched as the bulb above him pulsed slightly, and without even thinking about it, his hand reached up toward it. The moment his fingers were near the light fixture, the flickering stopped. The bulb steadied. Wang Lin blinked in confusion. Was it him? He didn't know why he thought it, but somehow, it felt like his presence had affected the electricity. Whoa, he muttered to himself. No way. He pulled his hand back and looked around the cafe. The barista was busy with an order, and the other customers were oblivious to the fact that the lights above them had just been affected by an invisible force. Wang Lin's curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to experiment. He focused on the coffee machine across the room. With a deep breath, he willed the machine to turn on. And it did. The lights inside the machine flickered to life. He barely moved a muscle, but he knew it had worked. Okay, he said to himself, voice shaky. I need to get a grip on this. Over the next few days, Wang Lin began testing his newfound ability. He spent hours walking through the city, intentionally interacting with anything powered by electricity. The results were unpredictable but increasingly impressive. He could influence streetlights with a glance, make vending machines buzz to life, and even cause the traffic lights to change when he focused hard enough. Each experiment only confirmed what he had feared. He was somehow attuned to electricity in a way no one else could understand, yet, as much as he marveled at his abilities, he couldn't ignore the creeping sense of danger. There was something volatile about the power he now wielded. It wasn't just a matter of flipping a switch or turning something on. He was beginning to feel the tug of the energy, a magnetic pull that almost seemed to demand his attention. It wasn't enough to control the small things, it wanted more. The larger systems, the entire grid, called to him, buzzing in his mind like a symphony he couldn't quite understand. One evening, as Wang Lin walked home, he felt a familiar spark. This time, however, it wasn't just the usual hum of nearby power lines. It was something bigger. The world around him seemed to vibrate with energy. He could hear the electric hum of the city, the rush of current flowing through buildings, buses, and lights. He focused harder, and suddenly, everything clicked. The traffic lights blinked in unison, the streetlights flickered erratically, and the sound of the city became a chaotic cacophony of buzzing and whirring. He realized he was controlling it. He hadn't meant to, but the flow of electricity seemed to respond to his every thought. Okay, this is bad, Wang Lin said, trying to calm himself. His pulse quickened as he realized just how much power was surging through him. His heart pounded in his chest. He wasn't in control of it anymore. The electricity was flowing faster, more erratically, as though it had a mind of its own. In a panic, he tried to focus on calming the energy, but the harder he concentrated, the worse it became. Lights exploded. Cars skidded to a halt as their electronic systems malfunctioned. Street lamps flickered wildly, and in the distance, he saw an entire building's lights go dark. It was as if the grid itself was collapsing. Wang Lin took a deep breath, realizing he was on the brink of losing control completely. His powers weren't just affecting small devices anymore, they were threatening the entire city. For the next few days, Wang Lin kept his distance from the grid. But the damage had already been done. The city was on edge, and rumors of strange electrical disturbances spread like wildfire. People whispered about blackouts, traffic jams, and inexplicable power failures. News reports began to cover the events. They called it a mysterious malfunction, but Wang Lin knew the truth. He wasn't sure how long he could keep his abilities hidden. Worse still, he had no idea how to stop them from spiraling out of control. In his desperation, he turned to the one person who might understand what was happening, Professor Li, an eccentric scientist who specialized in electromagnetic fields. She was a former colleague of his, someone who had always been fascinated by the interplay between the human body and electrical currents. Wang Lin explained his situation to her, but even she was baffled. "You're saying," she said, eyes wide with disbelief, "that you're somehow attuned to the city's electrical grid? That you can control it?" Wang Lin nodded. "It's like I can feel it now. The current is in me, and when I try to hold it back, it just explodes." "Interesting," Professor Li muttered, looking at him with a mixture of fascination and concern. "We'll need to run some tests, but I'm afraid this is more serious than we thought. It's not just your brain or your body, this might be something that's changing you at a fundamental level." Wang Lin swallowed hard. "Then what can I do?" Professor Li adjusted her glasses, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "The first step is understanding your limits. You need to learn how to control it before it controls you." Wang Lin barely slept that night. The events of the past few days, his accidental manipulation of the power grid, the chaos that followed, looped in his mind like a persistent, gnawing hum. His thoughts, like the lights in the city, flickered on and off, oscillating between disbelief and the undeniable truth. He had somehow become part of the electricity that flowed through his world. He couldn't escape it. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt the faint, rhythmic pulse of power coursing just beneath the surface of his skin. At first, he had been fascinated by the new ability, even excited. But now, it terrified him. He could control the flow of energy, sure. But was he losing control of himself? The following morning, he arrived at Professor Lee's lab before the sun was fully up. It was an old building on the outskirts of the city, a place where eccentricity seemed to hang in the air like static. Professor Lee greeted him with her usual enthusiasm, not quite noticing the weary look in his eyes. Come in, she called from the doorway, her voice warm with excitement. I've been thinking about your case all night, and I think I have some ideas. Wang Lin stepped inside, taking a deep breath. The lab was a cluttered mess, filled with strange gadgets, wires, and flashing screens. He barely noticed it anymore. He had been here so many times before, working late on projects. But today, the chaos felt different. It was as if the disorder mirrored the turmoil inside him. Professor Lee led him to a table where she had laid out a set of monitors and strange instruments designed to measure electromagnetic fields and bioelectric activity. Sit here, she said, patting a chair. We need to track your electrical readings. If we're going to understand what's happening to you, we need data. Wang Lin sat down, feeling a little self-conscious. He could sense the electricity in the air, could almost taste it, the buzz surrounding every wire, every piece of machinery. He wasn't sure if it was his heightened senses playing tricks on him or if it was something deeper, something more insidious. But what scared him the most was the idea that he might not even need the equipment to track his powers anymore. He could feel the current in his fingertips, the strange power that now thrummed through his veins. Professor Lee attached a series of small sensors to his temples, his wrists, and the base of his neck. The wires snaked across his skin, an eerie reminder of the invisible energy flowing just beneath. She flipped a switch, and the machines hummed to life, filling the room with a soft, metallic noise. Relax, she said, her voice gentle but focused. Let's see if we can pinpoint the source of your power. Wang Lin closed his eyes and tried to follow her instructions, focusing on his breathing. But it was hard to ignore the constant buzzing in his head, the pulsing energy that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. The sensors on his skin started to glow faintly, as though they were reacting to something that wasn't just his body but something more. Professor Lee adjusted a dial on one of the monitors, her brow furrowing. This is odd, she murmured. The readings aren't just showing electrical activity. They're showing something else. Wang Lin opened his eyes. What do you mean? I mean, she said slowly, your body isn't just conducting electricity. You're generating it. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He had suspected as much, but hearing it aloud made it feel far more real, far more dangerous. So, I'm not just a conduit. I'm like a battery? Professor Lee nodded, her expression serious. Exactly. You've become something like an energy source. But it's more than that. You're tuned to the grid. You're attuned to every electrical current around you. That sounds impossible, Wang Lin said, shaking his head. He felt his skin crawl, the tingling sensation flaring up in his fingertips. I don't even understand how this is happening. How did it happen? Professor Lee adjusted her glasses, looking thoughtful. It could be the result of the accident at the power station. The surge of energy you absorbed might have fundamentally altered the way your body interacts with electricity. But this is beyond my expertise. I think we need someone with a deeper understanding of bioelectrical systems, someone who can help you manage your powers. Wang Lin swallowed, feeling a knot tighten in his stomach. Manage them? How am I supposed to manage this? I can't even control it now. Last night, everything I touched seemed to. He stopped himself, glancing at the door to make sure no one was listening. I almost caused a blackout last night. A citywide blackout. Professor Li's eyes widened. A blackout? Are you serious? I was walking down the street when he stopped, feeling a cold sweat start to gather on his neck. It was like the power just followed me. It started with the streetlights. Then it spread. I couldn't stop it. I had to leave before it got worse. Professor Li took a deep breath. Wang Lin, this is more dangerous than I realized. We need to act quickly before it gets out of control. We'll need a plan. Wang Lin didn't want to think about what could happen if things got worse. He didn't want to imagine a city in chaos, its infrastructure crashing down because of his inability to control the power surging through his body, but he didn't have a choice. They spent the rest of the day running tests and analyzing the data. Each reading confirmed what Wang Lin had feared: his connection to electricity wasn't just mental, it was biological. His nervous system had somehow become integrated with the city's power grid, making him both a conduit and a generator of electrical energy. And as his powers grew stronger, they became harder to control. It was only when night fell that Wang Lin realized just how much danger he was in. The next day, Wang Lin barely slept again. But it wasn't because of the fear that had gnawed at him the night before. It was something else, something more pressing, more immediate. Something he could feel deep inside his bones. He didn't know what had triggered it, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, he felt the pull once more. It was the electricity. It started slowly, a small flicker, like the hum of a faulty light bulb. But then it surged. It wasn't just a physical sensation, it was a mental one. His thoughts were clouded, his heart racing, the very air around him crackling with energy. He could feel every electrical wire, every circuit, every pulse of power moving beneath the city, like a living thing. And then, it broke loose. The lights in his apartment went dark, then came back on, flickering erratically. The hum of the grid grew louder, like a scream in his ears. Wang Lin jumped to his feet, but it was already too late. The surge had started. The power wasn't just following him anymore, it was consuming him. He reached out, trying to steady himself, but the energy was like a tide, rising, swelling. His hands crackled with static. He could hear the faint whine of malfunctioning electronics in the building, the groan of wires under pressure. He stumbled forward, trying to focus, trying to stop it, but his power had already become uncontrollable. The lights in his apartment burst with a pop. His phone vibrated violently, then went dead. The surge continued. He felt it in his chest, in his head, like it was rewiring his thoughts, forcing him to obey its will. The world around him was dissolving into chaos, and he was powerless to stop it. In the distance, a sudden explosion of light filled the sky. It was the city. The power grid was failing. The sirens outside screamed like distant wails of an impending catastrophe. Wang Lin stood by the window, his heart hammering as he looked down at the chaos unfolding below. The streets were clogged with stalled cars, their engines dead, as if the very city itself had been paralyzed by the blackout. People wandered aimlessly, their faces etched with confusion, their cell phones useless, flickering in their hands. The lights that usually adorned the skyline were now dark, their usual glow swallowed by the darkness, leaving only a few emergency lights scattered across the city like desperate beacons. Wang Lin's mind raced, the gnawing realization that he had caused all of this eating away at him. His powers had spiraled beyond his control, and now the city, his city, was paying the price. He could feel the hum of the grid in the back of his mind, like a constant presence that would not be ignored. The surge he had triggered wasn't just confined to his building, it had spread, consumed everything in its path, leaving the city's infrastructure in ruins. He reached for his phone, but it buzzed in his hand before he could unlock it, flashing erratically before the screen went dark. No use. It was all down. All of it. His phone rang. He hesitated before answering, recognizing the number of Professor Li, her name flashing on the cracked screen. Wang Lin, she said, her voice shaky, but urgent. What happened? The entire city's gone dark. I'm hearing reports of power surges all across the district, buildings are failing, and the grid is unstable. It's your power, isn't it? Wang Lin swallowed, the truth sitting heavy in his throat. I didn't mean for it to happen. I couldn't control it. He stopped, biting back the panic that threatened to consume him. What do I do, Professor? We need to get you out of there. It's not safe anymore, she said, her voice a little softer now, but still stern. You're a danger to everyone. You have to leave the city before it gets worse. I can't just leave. I can't just run away from this, Wang Lin said, his voice rising despite himself. He could feel his power, even now, throbbing inside him, aching to be unleashed again. He clenched his fists, trying to force the electricity down, but it was futile. It was alive, moving under his skin, pushing at the edges of his control. You have to try, Wang Lin. The more you resist, the more dangerous you become. You don't know what's happening to you. The surge, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. If you stay in the city, you could, her voice faltered, and for the first time, Wang Lin heard real fear in her tone. You could destroy everything. You have to leave. Now. Wang Lin felt his pulse quicken, the hum of electricity vibrating in his bones, the city's power grid singing its seductive, insistent tune in his mind. He couldn't deny it any longer. He was no longer just an engineer working a simple job, he was something far more dangerous. And the city, its people, its structures, was paying the price for his power. I'll go, he said, his voice low, resigned. But where do I go? I'll help you, Professor Leith said, her voice steady again. There's a lab in the outskirts, a place where we can try to get some control over your abilities. It's a secluded area, far from the city's grid. We need to isolate you, find a way to reverse this. Wang Lin nodded, even though he knew she couldn't see it. All right. I'll be there. He disconnected the call and grabbed a jacket, heading for the door. The city outside was a wreck, but he couldn't stay here any longer. Not when every step he took seemed to make the grid more unstable. Every thought, every emotion, every ounce of energy he exerted was feeding the chaos. As he stepped outside, the electric pulse in the air was palpable, making his heart race faster with each breath. The streets were silent, save for the sound of distant shouting and the low hum of malfunctioning electronics. He tried to ignore it, pushing forward toward his destination. The streets had always been familiar to him, a backdrop to his quiet life. But now, they felt alien, hostile. The energy in the air was a constant presence, thrumming with an intensity that made him feel like he was walking through a live wire. He had to move quickly. The more he lingered, the more dangerous it became. His powers were feeding off the energy around him, amplifying with every passing second. He turned a corner, and suddenly, the streetlights overhead flickered and went out. A soft jolt of electricity ran through his fingers, but this time, it wasn't accidental. He could feel it, like an electric pulse coursing through his hand. It wasn't a glitch, it wasn't a random surge, it was him. The energy responded to him, followed him, even when he didn't want it to. He stopped dead in his tracks, realizing that he wasn't just an observer in this chaos. He was causing it. Before he could take another step, the ground beneath him shuddered. He looked up, his stomach dropping as the lights of an entire building began to flicker and flash, bright, frantic bursts of electricity that lit up the sky like fireworks. His heart raced. He hadn't meant to do it. He couldn't have. But somehow, he had. Control it, he whispered to himself. Focus. Don't let it, but it was already too late. The surge of energy shot out from his body like a bolt of lightning. The streetlights around him exploded in a shower of sparks, and the hum of the grid vibrated in his chest, louder than ever. He staggered back, covering his ears, as the world around him seemed to collapse into chaos. Cars screeched to a halt. Windows shattered. Buildings groaned. The power grid, his power, was breaking down, spreading across the city like wildfire. He could feel it all, every last ounce of energy, consuming him, swallowing everything in its path. "Stop it," he shouted, his voice a raw, desperate plea, but the energy refused to listen. The hum of the grid grew louder, more frantic, until it was all-consuming. It felt like the city itself was crying out, screaming for help, and Wang Lin was the only one who could stop it. But he didn't know how. He collapsed to his knees, his body trembling with the strain of the power inside him. He could feel the electricity coursing through his veins, his heart pulsing with every surge. It wasn't just his body anymore. The city was alive with it, alive with his power, and it was too much. As he sat there, the distant wail of sirens reached his ears again. This time, however, he didn't hear just the sirens. He heard the sound of 1,000 machines failing, the shriek of dying systems, the groan of crumbling infrastructure. The world around him was falling apart, and it was his fault. His hands shook as he reached up to touch his face, trying to steady himself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. This wasn't what he had wanted. But now, there was no turning back. He didn't know how long he stayed there, sitting in the middle of the chaos, feeling the grid collapse around him. He only knew one thing for certain: he couldn't stay. Not like this. He had to get out of the city, away from the power, away from the chaos he had caused. He stumbled to his feet, heart racing, every breath shaky. The ground beneath him felt unstable, like it was vibrating with energy. The city was breaking, its lifeblood, the power, being drained by his very presence. And he was the only one who could stop it. Wang Lin didn't look back as he made his way down the street, feeling the electric pulse within him grow fainter with each step he took away from the city. But the journey was far from over. The city was just the beginning. The real battle, his fight for control, was yet to come. Zhang Rui was never the kind of man who stood out. The electrical engineering world, with its labyrinth of wires, circuits, and voltages, was a place where he could blend in, quiet and unseen. No one ever remembered his name at the conferences, no one ever praised his meticulous calculations. He was just another engineer among the dozens of faceless, nameless specialists who worked behind the scenes, keeping the lights on, keeping the machines running. To the world, he was just a cog in the giant machine of industry. But Zhang had always dreamed of something more. He had an obsession with energy. Not just the kind that powered the lights or ran machines, but the kind that seemed to pulse through everything. He loved how electricity could be harnessed, controlled, shaped into something greater than itself. To him, it was magic disguised as science. And now, on the edge of a breakthrough in his research, Zhang could feel that magic at his fingertips. In his cramped, dimly lit laboratory, the air was thick with the buzz of wires and the hum of machinery. His colleague, Li Mei, stood across the table, arms folded, looking skeptically at the small, intricately designed circuit board in front of them. She was a sharp mind, practical to the core, the type of person who couldn't be swayed by a mere theory or dream. "You really think this is going to work?" she asked, her voice laced with doubt. "You know how many times we've tried something like this? The last one practically fried the entire system." Zhang gave her a sly grin. "You're just not thinking big enough. This isn't about circuits or wires. It's about tapping into the very energy that flows through everything. I can feel it, Mei. This time, it's going to work." Li Mei rolled her eyes but didn't protest. Zhang had always been stubborn, and despite his quiet demeanor, there was a kind of quiet brilliance in him that couldn't be ignored. He had been working on this experiment for months, and she knew better than to get in his way now. With a deep breath, Zhang flicked the switch. The air around them crackled. The circuit came to life, and for a moment, nothing seemed to happen. The steady hum of machines filled the room, the familiar rhythm of a system running without incident. Li Mei relaxed. It was just another test. Another failure to add to the pile. But then, without warning, a surge of electricity shot through the room, sending a shockwave that rattled the walls. Zhang's body jerked as he was engulfed in the electric current, his vision blurring. The last thing he remembered was Li Mei's voice calling his name, then nothing. Zhang woke to the sterile smell of antiseptic and the dim lighting of a hospital room. His body ached in strange, unfamiliar ways, like every nerve had been set on fire. His mind buzzed with a strange energy, as if a hum had taken root deep inside him. Li Mei sat beside his bed, her eyes wide with worry. When she saw him stir, she leaned forward. "Zhang, are you all right? You've been unconscious for nearly 24 hours. That surge, we didn't expect it to be so powerful." Zhang blinked, rubbing his temples. "I don't feel like myself." "That's an understatement. Your heart rate went haywire. Your vitals were all over the place. You're lucky you didn't die in there." Zhang sat up slowly, his head spinning. He looked around, trying to focus. Everything felt sharper. The sounds of the room, the hum of the fluorescent lights above, the rustle of papers on the desk, he could hear it all as if it was right next to him. Even the smallest electrical currents in the walls, the wires under the floor, buzzed like a soft, constant whisper. He stood up, feeling dizzy but strangely energized. He had to test something. He didn't know why, but the urge was overwhelming. His hand shot out toward the desk lamp, and before he could think about it, the light flickered, then flicked on, by itself. No switch, no touch. Just the power of his mind and something else. Li Mei gasped, backing away. "What did you do?" Zhang stood frozen, staring at his hand. A spark of realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. I don't know," he whispered. "But I think I can control it." Over the next few weeks, Zhang experimented. He stayed away from the lab at first, unsure of how to handle the power that now surged through him. It was intoxicating, like holding the key to the universe in his hands. But it was also terrifying. Every time he tested his abilities, the world around him shifted in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. He could move the needle on a voltmeter with a thought. He could feel the electricity in the air. More than that, he could feel the flow of power in people. The way their emotions and thoughts were somehow connected to the electrical impulses in their minds. He could manipulate them, nudge them in a direction he wanted, simply by altering the current running through them. At first, he only used the power for small things. He'd flick the lights on and off, amuse himself with the hum of machines. He made small adjustments to his daily life, tweaking the flow of energy in the simplest of ways. But one day, at work, his boss Zhou Ming had gone too far. Zhou had always dismissed Zhang's ideas, never taking him seriously, always choosing the safe path and undermining his efforts. Zhang had grown tired of it, the constant belittling, the mockery, the idea that he was just a lowly engineer with no real potential. He couldn't take it anymore. During an important meeting, Zhou had laughed at one of Zhang's ideas, dismissing it as too theoretical. Zhang's blood boiled with frustration. Without even thinking about it, he focused on Zhou's mind, altering the electrical signals in his brain. Suddenly, Zhou froze. His face softened, his eyes clouded over, and then, in front of everyone, he smiled. "Zhang, you're absolutely right. This idea is brilliant. I think we should move forward with it immediately." Zhang blinked. His heart raced as he realized what he had done. He had altered Zhou's thoughts, made him praise an idea that he would have never considered in a million years. It was terrifying and exhilarating. The taste of power was addictive. As Zhang continued to experiment with his newfound abilities, he felt a growing sense of invincibility. He could control the flow of power, manipulate people's emotions, and even shift the world around him with just a thought. It was like he could bend reality to his will. But then came the betrayal. Lin Wei, a close colleague and one of the few people Zhang had trusted, had always been the kind of person who played by the rules, who smiled in your face while hiding a knife behind his back. Zhang had trusted him, confided in him about his experiments, his discoveries. Lin had always been supportive, always complimented Zhang's brilliance, but when Zhang's research reached a breakthrough, Lin had taken it. He had stolen Zhang's work and presented it as his own. It was a slap in the face, a violation of everything they had built together. And worse, the world had praised Lin for it. Lin had received accolades, promotions, and a new position at the company, while Zhang was left to deal with the fallout of Lin's deception. The anger inside Zhang was boiling over. And when he saw Lin at the company's annual gala, laughing with the higher-ups, pretending as if nothing had happened, something inside Zhang snapped. The night of the gala felt like a turning point. Zhang stood near the bar, nursing a glass of sparkling water, though it felt more like acid in his stomach. The room was full of laughter, clinking glasses, and the soft hum of idle chatter. Lin Wei, at the center of it all, was surrounded by the company's upper management, sharing the kind of insider jokes that only people in power could appreciate. The same Lin who had stolen his work. The same Lin who had risen on the back of Zhang's sleepless nights and endless dedication. Zhang's fingers tightened around the glass. He could feel the pulse of electricity running beneath his skin, the hum of energy that he had learned to manipulate over the past few weeks. Every flicker of the lights, every buzz of the machinery in the building, spoke to him like a whispered command. He could feel the currents all around him, flowing in rhythms he understood better than his own heartbeat. He focused on Lin. He wasn't sure how it happened, but suddenly, it was as if the air between them shifted. The electrical field around Lin grew sharper, more defined. Zhang thought of the last conversation they'd had, of Lin's smug assurances that Zhang's ideas would never make it, that he was always just a step behind. The betrayal felt fresh, like a wound still bleeding. Zhang let the current build inside him. He didn't even need to touch Lin. He simply reached out with his mind, a tug, a push, a whisper through the electrical pathways. He didn't intend to cause harm, not at first, but the satisfaction of altering reality, even in small ways, flooded him. Lin's voice faltered mid-sentence. His smile, the one that had been plastered on his face since the moment he'd stepped into the room, twitched. A second later, Lin's entire demeanor shifted. The laughter he'd been sharing with his colleagues stopped abruptly, and his eyes turned glassy. A flicker of confusion crossed his face as if he had forgotten what he had been saying, who he was talking to, or even why he was standing there. The smile remained, but it was vacant, like a mask. The others around him noticed too, but they laughed it off as a bad joke or too much to drink. They weren't aware of the current, the pulse of energy that Zhang had subtly twisted around Lin's nervous system, forcing his brain to scramble, his words to falter. Zhang watched, his heart racing, as Lin stuttered his way through an explanation, completely unaware that it was Zhang's power at play. It felt good, so much better than he'd expected. He could make Lin, make everyone, dance on his strings, just like that. With a thought, with a flick of electricity. But as Lin's eyes flickered in confusion, a small seed of doubt began to grow in Zhang's mind. Was this really justice? Was this how it was supposed to feel? The anger that had once burned so bright now flickered uneasily. He had wanted to see Lin suffer, to feel his powerlessness as Zhang had. But the satisfaction wasn't pure. It tasted like ash in his mouth. Zhang turned away, his breath shallow. He needed to leave. The days that followed were a blur. Zhang's obsession with his new abilities deepened. It was like a drug, something he couldn't stop. Every interaction felt like an opportunity to manipulate, to control. He didn't even have to try anymore. The current flowed naturally from him, bending people to his will. It was small at first. A colleague's mood shift here, a slight adjustment in a customer's behavior there. Zhang's newfound ability to influence others felt harmless at first, almost like a game. He could turn a hostile meeting into an easy victory by manipulating the room's energy, subtly altering the feelings of those present. He could make someone who was annoyed at him suddenly feel warmth toward him, or make a difficult negotiation feel effortless. The power was intoxicating. But it was also isolating. The more Zhang controlled, the more he lost touch with everyone around him. Li Mei noticed it first. She had been watching him for weeks, concerned by how his personality was changing. The same quiet, reserved Zhang was now a different man altogether, a man who could twist anyone's thoughts and emotions with a mere flick of his hand. She tried to confront him, to get him to talk about it, but Zhang wouldn't listen. Whenever she expressed concern, he'd wave it away, dismiss it as nothing more than paranoia. "You're just overthinking things," he'd tell her with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "You're the one who taught me not to be afraid of power, May. This is just a new way to use it." But Li Mei wasn't convinced. She could see the changes in him. The growing arrogance. The way he'd begin to manipulate situations for his own gain, always without a second thought. She finally confronted him one afternoon, after a particularly awkward meeting where Zhang had used his abilities to sway a senior executive into approving a project he wasn't qualified for. The man had been skeptical, but Zhang had turned his hesitation into trust, simply by altering his emotional response to the situation. Li Mei had seen it all happen before her eyes. She'd watched as Zhang smiled, as he basked in the aftereffects, completely unaware, or maybe completely indifferent, to the manipulation he had just executed. "Zhang," she said quietly, standing in the doorway of his office. "You're not the same anymore." Zhang didn't look up from the screen in front of him. He was scrolling through emails, his face lit by the soft glow of the monitor. His fingers paused on the keyboard for a moment before he typed another line. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you're changing," she continued, stepping further into the room. "You're becoming someone else. Someone I don't recognize." Zhang's lips curled into a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm just growing. Isn't that what we're supposed to do?" But Li Mei was right. Zhang had changed. He could feel it. There was a hunger inside him now, a gnawing need to prove that he was better than the people who had doubted him, who had held him back. A need to make them feel the power he had long been denied. He had gone too far. But there was no turning back. His next move was calculated. He couldn't let Lin continue to thrive on the stolen research. He couldn't let his former colleague bask in the glory that should have been his. And so, Zhang set his plan in motion. It was simple at first, small, subtle moves. Zhang knew how to play the game now. He had learned to use his power without hesitation, without remorse. Lin's success was built on lies, and Zhang would expose them, but not in a way anyone would expect. The key was to make Lin's world unravel from the inside, to make him question his own decisions, his own mind. Zhang didn't have to do much. All it took was a shift in the energy around Lin. A tiny nudge, like turning the dial ever so slightly. Lin's confidence began to crack, the cracks appearing in places no one could see. He made a series of poor choices. He miscalculated in meetings. His once assured demeanor turned to uncertainty, and soon the rumor spread. It wasn't long before Lin's world began to fall apart, and Zhang stood at the center, watching with cold satisfaction. But even as Lin's downfall played out like a well-executed drama, Zhang's sense of victory felt hollow. The power he had gained, the revenge he had sought, now seemed like empty victories. They didn't fill the hole inside him. They didn't make him feel whole. And then came the day when he realized that he wasn't just losing everyone around him, he was losing himself. Zhang sat alone in his office one evening, staring at the flickering screen of his computer. The hum of the fluorescent lights above, once a soothing background noise, now grated on his nerves. His fingers drummed against the desk, the rhythmic tapping mingling with the ever-present electrical pulse that seemed to follow him everywhere. He could feel it, the energy, thrumming just below the surface. The power, so simple to harness, yet so incredibly dangerous. He had done it. Lin was finished. The company had no choice but to demote him after the constant mistakes, the missed deadlines, the erratic behavior that had slipped through the cracks of his once polished exterior. But even as Zhang saw his rival falter, a hollow feeling settled deep in his chest. This wasn't the victory he had imagined. There were no cheers, no accolades. The power he'd manipulated had not filled the emptiness inside him. It only made him feel more disconnected from everything that he had won. And yet, it felt like a loss. Zhang leaned back in his chair, rubbing his face, trying to force the exhaustion out of his body. For a moment, he considered what he had become. The changes were undeniable. He was no longer just the quiet engineer, lost in the background. He had become something else, something dangerous. Something that controlled people's emotions, their thoughts, their actions. But at what cost? His mind wandered back to that moment in the lab when he had first realized his ability, when he had harnessed the electrical currents running through his own body and the world around him. That spark, no, that surge, had changed everything. It was more than just a gift. It was a curse wrapped in the guise of power that he thought of Li Mei. She had been the only person who cared about him, the only one who saw the change in him, the one who had warned him. But he had pushed her away, not wanting to hear the truth. She had been right, and he had refused to listen. The isolation had been his choice. And now, it was a cage, with no way out. The door to his office creaked open, and Zhang's head snapped up. It was Li Mei, standing in the doorway, looking more like a ghost than a person. Her expression was unreadable, the concern that had once been there replaced by something colder. Something distant. "I know what you're doing," she said softly, her voice cutting through the stillness like a blade. Zhang didn't respond immediately. He didn't need to. She could see it all, the way he carried himself, the subtle way he manipulated the world around him. The way he used his abilities to bend others to his will. He had thought she didn't notice. But she had, just like he had noticed the change in her, the fear in her eyes whenever she spoke to him. "You think you're in control," she continued, her eyes never leaving his. "But you're not. You've lost yourself. The more you use it, the more it controls you." Zhang's mouth went dry. He stood up, suddenly feeling cornered. He didn't want to hear this, didn't want to admit it. But the words rang true. "You don't understand, Mei," he said, his voice hoarse. "This isn't about control. This is about justice. This is about getting what I deserve." She shook her head. "No, Zhang. You're not getting justice. You're destroying yourself. And the worst part is, you don't even see it. This power, it's not a gift. It's a prison. You've built the walls around yourself, and you're the only one who doesn't realize you're trapped." Zhang could feel his pulse quicken. He didn't want to admit it, but a small part of him knew she was right. The more he manipulated the world around him, the more he saw how easily it slipped from his grasp. The power he had used to defeat Lin, to control his environment, had become something much darker. It had become a force that was consuming him. He could feel the pull of it, the way it clawed at his mind, urging him to use it more, to take more control, to have more. He took a step toward her, his voice lowering. "And what if I don't want to go back? What if I don't want to be the same person I was? What if I'm better this way?" Li Mei's expression softened, but there was no pity in her eyes. Only sadness. "You were better before, Zhang. You were someone I could believe in. You could have done so much good with your abilities. But this isn't you. You've let the power change you, and now, it's the only thing left. Is that really what you want?" The silence that followed her words was suffocating. Zhang stood there, his mind racing, his heart pounding. What had he become? Was she right? Was he really just a puppet to the very power he had once thought he could control? The room seemed to shrink around him, the weight of her words pressing down on him harder than the hum of electricity that constantly filled his mind. He looked at Li Mei, and for the first time in a long while, he saw her as she truly was, the only person who cared enough to stand up to him, to tell him the truth, even when it was the last thing he wanted to hear. "Please, Zhang," she whispered. "You don't have to keep doing this. You don't have to keep hurting people. You can still fix this. You can still be the man you were before." Her voice cracked at the end of the sentence, but Zhang barely noticed. He was lost in the storm of his thoughts, caught between the desire to keep pushing forward, to take the power he had gained and use it to bend the world to his will, and the nagging feeling that this path would only lead him to ruin. "I can't undo what I've done, May," he said, the words escaping his lips before he could stop them. "I've gone too far. And even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know where to start." Li Mei stepped closer, her hand reaching out, offering him a lifeline. "Start with yourself. You have the power to control the currents around you, Zhang. But the most important one is the one inside you. You need to stop using it to hurt people. You need to stop using it to hurt yourself." The offer hung in the air like a fragile thread, and for a moment, Zhang felt something stir inside him. It wasn't the electric surge of power, but something far quieter, far more human. Regret. Longing. The chance to start over, to make amends, to turn away from the darkness he had embraced, but as soon as he reached for that feeling, it slipped away, like water through his fingers. Zhang stepped back, shaking his head. "I can't. Not anymore. I don't know who I am without this. Without the power. Without the control." Li Mei's eyes filled with unshed tears. "Then you've already lost." Zhang stood in the silence, the weight of her words hanging in the air between them. She was right. He had lost. Not just the fight for his place in the world, but something far more important, the man he had once been. She turned to leave, but then, just as she reached the door, she stopped. "I hope you find what you're looking for, Zhang. But remember, power like this doesn't come without a cost. And you may not realize it until it's too late." The door clicked shut behind her, and Zhang was left alone with the hum of electricity that filled his ears, the weight of his decisions pressing down on him like a storm cloud, and for the first time, he wondered if he could still find a way out of the cage he had built around himself. Liu Yang had never expected to find himself in this situation. The rain was coming down in sheets, hammering the streets and splashing against the dark windows of his worn-out sedan. The hum of his car's engine was a dull companion as he drove through the quiet city. The storm had rolled in earlier that evening, a perfect storm of winds and thunder, threatening to swallow everything in its path. But Liu Yang was too tired to care. He had just finished a grueling shift at the local power plant, overseeing routine maintenance on the city's energy grid. Another night of flickering lights and systems that seemed to have a mind of their own. His mind, too, seemed to drift aimlessly. He pulled off the main road and into a narrow alleyway, hoping to save a few minutes on his way home. The storm had made the streets deserted, and the occasional crack of thunder was the only sound to break the eerie silence of the city. Liu Yang hadn't been prepared for what was about to happen. Not that anyone could have been. As he made his way through the alley, the first bolt of lightning struck the air above him with a deafening crack, lighting up the sky. It wasn't the usual quick flash of a storm. This bolt seemed to linger, almost as if the sky itself were trying to grab him. He barely had time to react. His fingers brushed the metal frame of a streetlight as the lightning shot down from the heavens and into his body. For a split second, there was nothing but searing white-hot pain, and then, nothing. It felt like being plugged directly into the power grid. His whole body hummed, vibrated with energy. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, as if he had become one with the storm itself. His heart raced as his senses surged into overdrive. And then, just as quickly as it had struck, the energy dissipated. The city was dark. The rain still fell, but the alley was now a world of silence, save for the faint buzzing sound that filled his ears. Liu Yang collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily. The pain was gone, replaced by something strange, something he couldn't quite place. The light in the alley flickered for a moment, then completely shut off. He hadn't even realized he was reaching for it, but his fingers sparked, small arcs of electricity crackling from his fingertips. He looked down at his hand, then up at the darkened street. His heart thumped, and in the background, the storm raged on, seemingly mocking his confusion. At first, he thought he was imagining it. Maybe the storm had messed with his head. Maybe he was exhausted, delirious. But when he tried to push himself back up, his hand brushed against a nearby trash can. It was as though the metal had come to life, humming with energy, trembling under his touch. He yanked his hand back. Sparks flew from his fingers, and suddenly, the streetlight overhead flickered again, illuminating the alley for a brief second. It was as if he had awakened something. Something dangerous. Lu Yang stood up, shaking. He staggered backward, his chest heaving as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. Had the lightning really done this? Could he have somehow absorbed it? The thought was absurd, but it didn't stop the tingling sensation in his fingertips. The city felt different. His body felt different. As if every electrical current in the city was connected to him. He tried to steady himself, his breath catching in his throat. "No, this isn't possible," he muttered. "I'm just imagining things. I must be." But then, without warning, the metal frame of the vending machine beside him hummed. It buzzed violently as though responding to his presence, and then, without him even thinking, he raised his hand, and the machine burst into a shower of sparks. The explosion rattled him to his core, and cans of soda flew everywhere. A few hit his chest and bounced harmlessly off the pavement. Lu Yang froze. His body was shaking, but not from the cold. No, this was something else, a rush of power, a surge of energy that he could barely comprehend. He didn't know whether to be terrified or amazed. "Okay, Lu Yang, pull yourself together," he muttered, wiping his face with his sleeve. His head was spinning, his thoughts racing. How was this possible? He was no superhero. He was just an ordinary electrical engineer, a man who spent his days fixing power grids and muttering under his breath about faulty wiring. This wasn't supposed to happen to people like him. He stumbled out of the alley, hoping he could get home and somehow make sense of it all. He wasn't sure what had happened, but something deep down told him it was just the beginning. The days that followed felt like a blur. Lu Yang couldn't stop thinking about the night in the alley. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw the crackling sparks that had shot from his fingertips. Each time he reached out to touch something metallic, he felt the hum of energy running through his body. Something inside him had shifted. His mind was racing with possibilities. What could he do with this? Was this a gift? A curse? He wasn't sure. But as the days passed, he realized he couldn't ignore it. The power surged through him, and he couldn't shut it off, and then came the call. It happened on an otherwise ordinary afternoon. He had just finished a project at the power plant and was heading back to his small apartment when his phone rang. The number was unknown. "Lu Yang?" a smooth voice on the other end of the line asked. It was calm, authoritative, but there was a strange edge to it. "Yes," Lu Yang replied, his voice uncertain. "We've been keeping an eye on you," the voice continued, "and we think you might be just what we're looking for." Lu Yang frowned. "What are you talking about?" There was a pause before the voice on the other end replied. "I think you'll want to hear us out. We're from the Surge Division. We specialize in people like you." The name hit Lu Yang like a ton of bricks. Surge Division. He'd heard whispers of it in the news, an underground organization tasked with hunting down those with unnatural abilities. Superpowered individuals. But he had never believed those rumors. Now, hearing the voice on the other end of the line, he realized they were real. "I don't understand," Lu Yang said, his heart beating faster. "What do you want with me?" "We want you to join us," the voice said simply. "Help us find others like you." Lu Yang's mind was spinning. He hadn't even come to terms with his own powers yet, and now he was being asked to join a team that tracked down people like him? "What happens if I refuse?" Lu Yang asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "Let's just say, we wouldn't advise it. But you'll have options. You'll be given a chance to train, learn how to control your abilities, and work with others who share your talents." Lu Yang hesitated. The offer was tempting, his mind raced with the possibilities. If he could control his abilities, maybe he could figure out what had happened to him. Maybe he could get some answers. But deep down, he wasn't sure he trusted these people. "Give us an answer by tonight," the voice said before the line clicked dead. Lu Yang stood there for a moment, his fingers crackling with nervous energy. The decision weighed on him. His life would never be the same again. Lu Yang sat still in the dim glow of his apartment, staring at the phone in his hand. The brief, unsettling conversation with the Surge Division representative played over and over in his mind. He had never been one for big decisions, at least, not decisions of this magnitude. A part of him wanted to throw the phone away, to deny it all. Another part was intrigued, curious. He had always been fascinated by the potential of electricity, the way it powered everything around him, but this was something else entirely. His newfound abilities, the power that surged through him, felt like a curse at times, a force he couldn't control. A soft hum filled the silence of the room as the air conditioning flickered back to life. Lu Yang rubbed his temple, trying to concentrate. Could he really join them? Could he really become one of them, the people who hunted others like himself? And if he didn't join them, what would they do to him? A deep breath. He needed answers. And if the Surge Division could provide those answers, perhaps it was worth considering. He hadn't asked for these abilities. But if they were his, he had to understand them. He couldn't keep stumbling around, unsure of what he was capable of. The decision felt inevitable. He picked up his phone again and dialed the number back, feeling his pulse quicken as it rang. The voice on the other end was calm, patient, as though it had been waiting for his call. "Lu Yang," the voice said, smooth and confident. "I'm glad to hear from you." "Tell me what this is about," Lu Yang said, trying to steady his nerves. "What exactly is the Surge Division?" There was a slight pause before the voice responded. "We specialize in locating and managing individuals who possess unique abilities. Abilities like yours." Lu Yang's fingers twitched involuntarily, a crackling energy running through them. He had to keep control. This wasn't a time for hesitation. "And what do you want with me?" Lu Yang pressed. "You said I could work with you. But what does that mean?" "It means that you're capable of something rare," the voice said, almost amused. "And with our help, you can learn to control it. We hunt others who share your powers, and we offer them the same choice we're offering you. You'll become part of a specialized team, tracking down those who can't, or won't, control their abilities." The offer hung in the air. Tracking down others like him? Hunting them? Lu Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. He had no desire to hurt anyone, especially people who were just like him. But at the same time, he couldn't deny the appeal of the power, the control they were offering him. "I need time to think about it," Lu Yang finally said, his voice low. "I understand. But don't take too long. Time is critical." The line went silent. Lu Yang stared at the phone for a moment, his fingers tingling again, like static building up in the air. When he finally hung up, he leaned back in his chair, trying to make sense of what was happening. He didn't know what was worse, the fact that he now had these abilities, or the fact that a government agency was hunting down people like him. There was no easy answer. All he knew was that he couldn't remain in the dark forever. By the time the evening rolled around, the storm had subsided, but the tension in the air seemed to hang on. Lu Yang didn't get much sleep. The next morning, he called the number back. There was no turning back now. The following week was a blur of disorienting events. Lu Yang found himself in a high-tech facility on the outskirts of the city, where the Surge Division had its headquarters. It was nothing like the small, cramped office he had imagined. Everything was sleek, efficient, and cold. The walls were lined with screens, digital maps, and surveillance footage. The air was thick with the hum of machines and the constant chatter of technicians. It was a world of high security, high stakes, and high expectations. Lu Yang was ushered into a conference room where a man in a sharp suit stood waiting. The man had the air of someone who had seen it all, calculating, unfazed by anything. His name was Wang Jin, the leader of the Surge Division. His reputation was both legendary and terrifying, but Liu Yang knew nothing about him except for the brief description he had been given: ruthless, efficient, and a master of manipulating people. Liu Yang. Wang Jin greeted him without a hint of warmth, his sharp eyes scanning Liu Yang. "Welcome." Liu Yang nodded, unsure of what to expect. The room felt smaller under Wang Jin's gaze. "We've been monitoring your progress," Wang Jin continued, sitting down and gesturing for Liu Yang to do the same. "Your abilities are impressive. But potential is only the beginning. You need training. You need to understand the power you have, and the responsibility that comes with it." "Training?" Liu Yang echoed. "For what?" "To control it," Wang Jin said. "And to use it. You're going to be part of a team, Liu Yang. A team that hunts down others like you, individuals who pose a threat to the stability of this world. People who have lost control or who refuse to conform. You'll be helping us contain them." Liu Yang shifted in his seat, the weight of those words settling on him. He had already begun to feel the pressure of his new abilities, the unpredictability of them. But the idea of hunting others down, people like him, felt wrong. It didn't sit well with him. "Why me?" Liu Yang asked, trying to hold on to his composure. "Why recruit me?" Wang Jin's smile was small, calculating. "Because you're different. You're adaptable. And you're not yet fully aware of what you're capable of. That's why we need you. To help us capture the others who are out of control." Liu Yang remained silent. He hadn't asked for this life. He didn't even want to be part of their world. But now that he was here, he couldn't walk away so easily. Training was grueling, they didn't sugarcoat anything. The Surge Division had their methods, their routines, and their expectations. Liu Yang spent long hours in a secure training room, surrounded by other candidates, individuals with varying abilities, all of them learning how to harness their powers for the agency's purposes. The methods were extreme. They pushed him to the limits of his abilities, tested him in ways he hadn't thought possible. They taught him how to channel the electricity inside of him, how to focus his power into precise, controlled bursts. But there were other lessons, too. They showed him the faces of people they had captured, people whose abilities had gone unchecked. He saw the damage they had caused, the chaos they had left in their wake. It was hard to ignore the justification, no matter how much he wanted to. They were saving the world, after all. Or so they said, but as the days passed, Liu Yang began to see something else. Something darker. Each mission, each capture, left him feeling more disillusioned. The rogues he helped capture weren't monsters. Most of them were just scared people who had no idea how to control their powers. Some were even trying to live ordinary lives. And the more Liu Yang learned about the Surge Division, the more he realized it wasn't about saving people, it was about power. Control. The people in charge didn't care about the rogue electrics. They saw them as tools to be used and discarded. It was during one of these missions that Liu Yang's doubts crystallized. The rogue was a woman named Zhao Ling. She had been a scientist, a former member of the Surge Division who had fled when she learned the truth about their experiments. They said she was dangerous. A loose cannon. Someone who had lost control of her abilities. But when Liu Yang tracked her down to an abandoned lab on the outskirts of the city, he found something different. She was calm, collected. Not a criminal, but a person desperate to escape the very people Liu Yang was working for. "Why are you doing this?" Zhao Ling asked, her voice soft but firm as Liu Yang cornered her in the lab. "You're just like me. Don't you see? They're using you. They're using all of us." Liu Yang hesitated. Her words hit home. He had felt the cracks forming in his belief, but this was different. He was standing in front of someone who had been just like him, someone who had been trained by the Surge Division, only to escape when she realized the truth. Let me go, Zhao Ling said, her eyes locked on his, filled with a mixture of fear and hope. Help me. Help us all. Liu Yang's heart raced as he struggled with the decision. The Surge Division had been his lifeline, the organization that promised to give him control. But now, he saw it for what it really was, a machine, designed to hunt and control. Without thinking, he acted. He raised his hand, and a surge of electricity shot through the lab, disabling the tracking devices and alarms. Zhao Ling stood still, disbelief in her eyes. She had expected him to follow orders, to capture her. But Liu Yang had made his choice. Go, he said, his voice low but firm. Run. And just like that, she was gone. The consequences were immediate. Back at the division's headquarters, Liu Yang was summoned. His betrayal had been noticed. They knew he had helped Zhao Ling escape. And they weren't pleased. Liu Yang, Wang Jin's voice was cold, his eyes hard. You've made a grave mistake. You've chosen the wrong side. I don't think I have, Liu Yang said quietly, his fingers crackling with power. I'm done being your hunter. Wang Jin's gaze sharpened. You'll regret this. You're one of us now, Liu Yang. And we always get what we want. But Liu Yang had made his decision. He wasn't going to be a puppet any longer. The hunt had begun, but this time, Liu Yang was the one being hunted. The tension in the air seemed to tighten with each passing hour. Liu Yang could feel the weight of his decision pressing down on him as he moved quickly through the dimly lit streets of the city. The storm that had begun days ago had long passed, but the oppressive atmosphere seemed to linger, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to break. It had been just hours since he betrayed the Surge Division, and already he could feel the eyes of the organization closing in. Every step he took felt heavier, every noise sharper, and his thoughts raced, his mind scrambling to make sense of everything that had happened. Zhao Ling had run, disappearing into the shadows, but she wasn't the only one Liu Yang had to find. There were others like her, others who had once been part of the Surge Division, who had learned the truth about the organization's true agenda. Some had escaped, some had been silenced. But Liu Yang couldn't stop thinking about what she had said. They're using you. They're using all of us. Was she right? Was the Surge Division nothing more than a machine designed to control people like him? He wasn't sure. He didn't have all the answers. But there was one thing he was certain of: he couldn't go back. He had made his choice. And now he had to deal with the consequences. The city seemed different now, the streets darker, the air thicker. The more he walked, the more he felt like he was being watched. It wasn't just paranoia, it was instinct. He had learned to trust his instincts, especially now, when his powers were still so new and unpredictable. A small static charge pulsed in his fingertips, a reminder of the power coursing through him, the electric force he could barely contain. He had to keep moving. He had to find Zhao Ling. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and Liu Yang froze, eyes scanning the shadows. The buzzing felt like an electric pulse in the air, setting his nerves on edge. He pulled the phone out and checked the screen. A text message from an unknown number. You've made a mistake, Liu Yang. You can't escape. We'll find you. His pulse quickened, but he didn't waste time responding. Instead, he stuffed the phone back into his pocket and turned down a narrow alley, hoping to throw off any surveillance. His heart was pounding in his chest, and the buzzing feeling in his fingertips was growing stronger, like a storm waiting to strike. The message was a warning, but Liu Yang wasn't ready to surrender. Not now. Not when he had finally broken free of the division's grasp. His mind raced as he darted through the streets, searching for an escape route, a place to hide. The familiar cityscape was beginning to feel foreign, like a maze that could close in at any moment. He needed to find Zhao Ling. He needed to find others like him. People who had been wronged, people who could help him expose the truth. They could not stay hidden for long. The division's reach was too vast, and Liu Yang knew it. But there was another problem: Liu Yang wasn't the only one with powers. The Surge Division had its own assets, its own hunters, people with abilities far more refined than his. Liu Yang wasn't sure how many of them had already been sent after him, but he didn't have the luxury of time. As he slipped through the city, the hum of energy in the air grew stronger. He was drawing attention. He could feel it. His every step, every spark that flew from his fingertips, was a beacon for anyone who knew what to look for. He couldn't stop it. Not yet. The chase had begun. Liu Yang found a safe place in an old warehouse near the edge of the city. It was dark and abandoned, filled with the smell of rust and stale air. It wasn't much, but it would do for now. He slumped against the wall, trying to catch his breath. His hands were shaking, not from fear, but from the strange energy that pulsed through him. Every nerve in his body seemed to be vibrating with it. The longer he stayed still, the more the power surged. It wasn't just electrical anymore. It was something else, something primal, as if the storm inside him was building, getting stronger with each passing moment. He clenched his fists, trying to focus, trying to suppress the feeling before it consumed him. He could feel the hum in the back of his throat, the electricity licking at the edges of his consciousness. "Control it," he muttered to himself, his voice low and strained. "You can control it." But the harder he tried to control the surge, the more his power seemed to slip out of his grasp. The hum grew louder. His fingers sparked, and a jolt of electricity shot through the air, sizzling as it hit the metal walls of the warehouse. Liu Yang recoiled, startled. This wasn't just fear. This wasn't just power. This was something deeper, something he couldn't understand. A sound broke through the chaos in his mind, a footstep, soft but deliberate. Liu Yang's head snapped to the side. Someone was here. Before he could react, the shadows in the far corner of the warehouse shifted. A figure stepped into the dim light, a woman with short-cropped hair and an aura of calm power. Zhao Ling. Liu Yang didn't speak at first. The relief flooded over him like a wave. He had found her. "I didn't think you'd come," Zhao Ling said, her voice steady, though there was a hint of something in her eyes, something that told Liu Yang she didn't trust him completely, not yet. But that was understandable. After all, he had been sent to capture her not long ago. "I couldn't leave you out there," Liu Yang replied, his voice tight. "They're after me now. They'll come after you again. I won't let them take you." Zhao Ling studied him for a long moment, her eyes scanning him, as if searching for something deeper. Finally, she nodded. "I don't know if we can outrun them. But together, maybe we can stop them. Maybe we can expose the truth." Liu Yang felt a flicker of hope. He had never been a fighter, not in the traditional sense. But now, with these powers, he felt something inside him awakening. A sense of purpose. The Surge Division had been lying to him. They had lied to everyone. They weren't protecting anyone. They were controlling everyone. "I don't know where to start," Liu Yang admitted, his voice almost a whisper. "We start by finding the others," Zhao Ling said. "We need to bring them together. They can't keep hunting us forever. Eventually, they'll slip up. And when they do, we'll make sure the world knows who they really are." Liu Yang nodded, determination hardening in his chest. This was his chance to make things right, to stop the people who had taken everything from him, who had lied to him. He wasn't just going to escape anymore. He was going to fight. It wasn't long before the Surge Division's hunters found them. Liu Yang had barely begun to process everything when the first strike came, a wave of shock troops, armed with tech that could block his electrical powers, coming down on the warehouse with deadly precision. The sound of boots echoed against the concrete as Liu Yang and Zhao Ling barely managed to evade the first wave of their attackers, but Liu Yang wasn't going to run anymore. As the first hunter rounded the corner, Liu Yang's hands shot up instinctively. Sparks flew from his fingertips, and with a grunt, he directed the electricity at the wall in front of him, the surge blasting through the concrete, sending the hunter flying backward. Zhao Ling was already on the move, darting across the room to take cover, moving like a shadow in the chaos. She had her own powers, but Liu Yang knew he couldn't rely on them forever. The Surge Division had grown too powerful. They wouldn't stop until they had him, and her. "We need to get to the others," Liu Yang shouted over the din, his voice harsh with adrenaline. "Agreed," Zhao Ling called back, her eyes sharp. "This is only the beginning. But we can't stop now. We won't stop." The battle raged through the night. Liu Yang fought harder than he ever had before. His powers were wild, uncontrolled, but with each strike, each burst of electricity, he felt a surge of clarity. The more he fought, the more he realized how far he had come. He wasn't just hunting anymore. He was protecting. He was fighting for something bigger. The Surge Division had underestimated him. And now, they would regret it. When the dust finally settled and the last of the hunters was taken down, Liu Yang stood in the ruined warehouse, breathing heavily, his body trembling from exhaustion. His hands were still crackling with power, but he was no longer afraid of it. Zhao Ling stood beside him, her expression grim but resolute. "We've won this round. But there's still a long way to go." Liu Yang nodded, a determined look in his eyes. "Then we'll keep fighting. Until it's over." He knew now that he was no longer a pawn in someone else's game. He was the one making the rules. And as long as he had this power, he would use it to fight for those who couldn't. The Surge Division had created a monster. But that monster was no longer under their control. The war was just beginning. And Liu Yang was ready for it. Yang Xiang wasn't supposed to be here. He wasn't supposed to be the one fixing this. After all, he was just a middle-tier electrical engineer working at one of Shanghai's largest power plants. Not a hero. Not someone destined for great things. Just a guy who spent too many late nights watching screens flicker in the quiet hum of the plant. But today was different. It started like any other Tuesday, mundane and predictable. The noise of the plant was deafening, a mechanical buzz that seemed to vibrate in every bone. The engineers, including Yang Xiang, sat at their terminals, eyes glued to data streams and voltage meters. Nothing out of the ordinary. Until the blackout hit. A single moment, that jarring moment when the world shifts beneath your feet, made Yang Xiang's day feel entirely different. One moment, his computer was alive with numbers and graphs, and the next, everything went dark. The hum of the plant, everything, stopped. "Great, another outage," muttered Li Jun, the engineer at the desk next to Yang Xiang, his voice tinged with the usual annoyance. Yang Xiang didn't move. He sat there, staring at the blank screen in front of him. As far as he could tell, the outage wasn't just a local glitch. It was something larger. The entire power grid in the area had collapsed. "Do we have any idea what's causing it?" Yang Xiang asked, his voice steady despite the growing tension in the room. Li Jun shrugged and pushed his chair back, standing up. "We'll have to check the transformer unit. That's usually where the issues start." Yang Xiang watched as his colleague walked away. But his mind was elsewhere, on the blackout. He knew this plant, inside and out. He understood how every piece of machinery, every wire, and every transformer worked. This didn't feel like just another outage. Something about it was different. He closed his eyes, letting his senses sharpen. It wasn't just the lights. The entire system was dead. That wasn't right. In a place like this, the grid shouldn't fail this completely. "I could fix it," Yang Xiang thought, though that was a strange thought for him to have. It was absurd. He was an engineer, not an electrician, yet there was something in him that called out to the current, like an instinct he had never recognized before. What if I could do more than just fix it? What if I could actually control it? His fingers twitched. His body felt light, almost weightless. With a deliberate thought, he reached out to the grid, letting his mind drift across the cables and through the transformers. He imagined the flow of electricity, the pulse of energy running through the veins of the city. He felt the hum of the current, like a hidden song, hidden in the walls of this industrial monstrosity. And then, something clicked. The lights flickered back on. Yang Xiang opened his eyes. He was sitting in the same chair, but the room around him had changed. The systems hummed back to life. He could hear the machines whispering, as if they were alive, responding to his thoughts. The entire grid had come back online, almost as if he'd called it back from the brink. Li Jun returned to the room, his eyes wide in surprise. What the? He stopped in his tracks. Did you fix it already? Yang Xiang stood, pretending to be just as surprised as his colleague. Yeah. Looks like it's all back online. I guess I just had a moment of insight. Insight, huh? Li Jun said, narrowing his eyes. Well, that's impressive. But how did you? Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Xiang's mind wandered, like a curious child at play. A faint thought flickered in his head, and suddenly the lights in the room blinked off again. They flashed back on a second later. Li Jun jumped back. What the hell? Yang Xiang grinned sheepishly. Sorry, just wanted to make sure it was working. But deep down, Yang Xiang knew something had changed inside him. It wasn't just about fixing electrical problems anymore. It was something bigger, something far more complicated. His fingers tingled with electricity. He had touched the grid, become a part of it somehow. And if he could control it here, what else could he do? It wasn't until later that night, after Yang Xiang had left the plant, that he realized the full extent of what he had done. The streets outside were empty, and the city lights flickered around him. He walked home slowly, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. I can't be the only one who knows this, he thought, uneasy. He reached his apartment and opened the door. The familiar hum of electricity met him as soon as he stepped inside. He turned the light on, and it flared bright for a moment before dimming to a steady glow. He could feel it. The pulse. The current. It was all around him now. It wasn't just in the walls anymore, it was in him. And somehow, he had tapped into it. He dropped his bag and walked to his desk. His computer was on, the screen showing a blank file. He stared at the keyboard, fingers twitching. He didn't need to press a key. The computer knew he was there. It responded to his thoughts. The cursor moved across the screen, blinking in anticipation. He smiled. It was working, but then, without warning, the screen flashed and glitched. The cursor jumped erratically. Yang Xiang froze. His heart raced. What just happened? He didn't have time to think. A message appeared on the screen, black text against a bright white background. We know what you can do. Yang Xiang's blood turned cold. He scrambled to close the laptop, but it wouldn't budge. The words on the screen multiplied, repeating, "We know what you can do." Who is this? Yang Xiang demanded, his voice shaking. The reply came almost instantly, "You're not the first. But you're the most interesting." Yang Xiang could feel his pulse racing in his throat. He slammed the laptop shut, breathing heavily. Who's trying to control me? It wasn't just a prank. This was something different. Something far more dangerous. And then, the lights in his apartment started flickering again. The refrigerator hummed unnaturally loud. His phone buzzed with a notification, a message from an anonymous account. "We're watching. You're not safe." That night, Yang Xiang lay awake, staring at the ceiling. What had happened to him? How had he gained this power? And who was watching him? His thoughts were interrupted by another message, this one coming through his phone. The screen read, "You've been marked. You're one of us now." Yang Xiang's phone buzzed again, the vibration sharp against the silence of his apartment. He didn't want to check it. He didn't want to admit that this was happening, that somehow, in the quiet of the night, he had become the center of a game he didn't understand. But he couldn't resist. He swiped his finger across the screen. The message was there again. "You're not safe." This wasn't some prank. Whoever these people were, these hackers, they knew about him. They knew what he could do. He had to make sense of it, had to find out why they were targeting him. But the deeper he delved into the mystery, the more dangerous it seemed. Yang Xiang's mind raced. He was no longer just an engineer, he was something else, something that could control the flow of electricity, hack into devices, slip through the digital cracks like a ghost. But power like this came with consequences. He knew that. He wasn't naive enough to think it was a blessing. It was a weapon. And weapons had a way of drawing attention. He stood up abruptly, pacing across the room. Every flicker of the lights felt like an omen, every hum of the refrigerator seemed like a reminder that he wasn't in control anymore. He was just a man in a world of circuits and codes, and something was pulling at him from the other side. There was only one thing left to do. He had to find out who was behind these messages, who had marked him. He needed to understand what was at stake. And so, without thinking too much, without worrying about the consequences, Yang Xiang reached out once more. He thought of the current, of the magnetic waves and the pulse of the city's infrastructure, and he willed himself into the digital world. This time, he wasn't just playing with the lights. He was inside the network. The city itself was laid out in front of him, a map of ones and zeros, of data packets flowing like rivers. He could feel the currents beneath him, running through wires and cables, coursing through computers, smartphones, even the very air itself. And then, someone, responded. A line of code appeared in front of him, like a message on a digital screen. "You're going to wish you hadn't done that." Yang Xiang's heart skipped a beat, but his determination hardened. He wasn't scared anymore. In this strange new reality, he was the one who held the power. Not them. Not the faceless hackers who had been watching him. He was the one who could navigate the currents of the digital world. "I'm not afraid of you," Yang Xiang typed into the void, even though he had no idea who he was speaking to. "I'm in control now." The response was immediate. The code on the screen shifted, restructured, almost as if it were alive. "You think you're in control? You're just a tool. A tool for a bigger game." Yang Xiang froze. A tool? What did that mean? Before he could process the words, the room around him suddenly went dark. His laptop blinked out of existence, and the hum of the electricity seemed to die away. His heartbeat quickened, but the silence didn't last long. The lights flickered back on, and with them, a new message appeared across his computer screen, the words flashing almost faster than he could read. "The black circuit is coming for you." Yang Xiang's breath caught in his throat. The black circuit. That name, he had heard it whispered among the higher-ups in the power industry. A legend. A group of hackers so elusive, so dangerous, that even the government was afraid of them. But what did they want with him? What did they see in him that was worth targeting? His mind raced. He tried to focus, to bring the chaos under control, but it was impossible. He could feel the pressure building, like a dam on the verge of bursting. He was caught between two worlds, the tangible world of wires and machinery, and the intangible world of data and codes. "What do you want from me?" he typed into the screen. The words appeared before him in bold, unforgiving letters. "Tell me what you want." The reply came swiftly. "You have something we need. The ability to control the grid. To control everything. The question is, do you want to keep it?" Yang Xiang felt a surge of anger and confusion. They wanted his power. The power he had accidentally unlocked that night, the power to control the electric currents, to manipulate the very infrastructure of the world. But he couldn't let them have it. Not without understanding why they wanted it so badly. A new message blinked onto the screen. "You can't run. You can't hide. We are already inside." His heart pounded in his chest. Inside? What did that mean? Before he could react, a new series of flashing messages filled his screen, as though someone was playing with his computer from the other side, controlling it with an almost demonic precision. It took Yang Xiang a moment to realize what was happening. They weren't just hacking into his laptop. They were using him, his very connection to the electrical grid, as a gateway. They were in his mind, manipulating his thoughts, invading his world. Suddenly, it all clicked. The black circuit didn't just want to control the world's electricity. They wanted to control him. They wanted to use his abilities to reshape the world in their image. They had been watching him for weeks, studying his every move. They knew everything about him, his job, his habits, his weaknesses, but Yang Xiang wasn't going to let that happen. He wasn't going to be a pawn in their game. The next day, Yang Xiang returned to work, determined to find a way to turn the tables on the black circuit. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were always watching, always waiting for him to slip up. He spent hours at his desk, pretending to follow the usual routines, while his mind was elsewhere. He was planning his next move. But the message was clear: he had become part of something much larger. The world wasn't just wired with electricity anymore, it was wired with data, with invisible connections that spanned the globe. And in this new world, Yang Xiang had to be careful. Every click, every movement, was a risk. The black circuit was always watching. That night, Yang Xiang stayed late in the plant. The others had left, but he remained, lost in the hum of the machines. He needed to be sure. He needed to confirm that he could control this power, this strange ability that had taken hold of him. He sat down at his desk and closed his eyes. The flicker of the overhead lights seemed to beckon him. Slowly, he reached out, mentally, this time, and let himself sink into the grid. The sensation was immediate. He could feel it, all around him, the pulse of electricity, the movement of data, the flow of power running through the city like lifeblood. And then, he did it. He reached out, past the wires, past the transformers, and into the heart of the global network. For the first time, Yang Xiang could feel himself truly merge with the system, moving through the digital world like a shadow. His heart raced as he realized the full extent of his power. He wasn't just connected to one grid, one city, one plant, he was connected to the entire world's infrastructure. He could control anything. Everything. But in that moment, something dark and dangerous stirred within him. It wasn't just about control. It was about freedom. He had the power to rewrite the rules. To take down the black circuit. To stop the world from falling under their sway. But it wouldn't be easy. There would be consequences. There always were. Yang Xiang's fingers twitched as he took the first step into the unknown. Yang Xiang sat there, suspended in the grid, his mind moving through it as easily as a swimmer slicing through water. He felt as though his entire being was becoming one with the electric currents that hummed beneath the streets, winding their way across the city, connecting homes, businesses, and every electronic device to each other. The power was intoxicating. It was like an adrenaline rush, only quieter, subtler, a sense of control so complete that it took everything else in his world and made it feel insignificant. But it wasn't the feeling of power that troubled him. It was the realization of how easy it was to lose himself in this digital web. The lines between himself and the machine were blurring, and he couldn't ignore the creeping sensation that he wasn't the only one watching from the shadows. He let out a slow breath and focused, pushing aside the gnawing doubt in his chest. He needed to find answers, and he needed to stop the black circuit before they could do whatever it was they had planned. This wasn't just about him anymore. This was about the future of the entire system, the entire infrastructure that kept the world running. He drew back from the grid, feeling the pressure of his thoughts as he slowly re-entered the physical world. His fingers trembled slightly, a reminder that his body, despite its new connection to the digital landscape, was still human. The hum of the power plant, the flickering fluorescent lights above him, suddenly felt distant, like the world outside was too small for the thing he had become. A thought crossed his mind, and for a second, he couldn't shake the idea: maybe I could just leave. Just walk away, and forget it all. Go back to a life where I don't have to worry about hackers, about controlling everything. About the black circuit. But he knew it wasn't that simple. Walking away wasn't an option anymore. He couldn't unsee what he had become, couldn't ignore the pull of the currents that now seemed to flow through him. He wasn't just some engineer, he was something else entirely. And if he walked away, the people who had targeted him, the ones who had marked him, would take advantage of that. He had no choice but to keep moving forward. The following days were a blur. Yang Xiang threw himself into his work, but his mind was never fully focused on the circuits and transformers in front of him. Instead, he spent every moment thinking of the black circuit, trying to figure out how to stay one step ahead of them. He began digging into their operations, into the depths of the digital world they controlled. Every time he thought he was getting closer, the shadows seemed to move further away. Just out of reach. One afternoon, his phone buzzed again. He almost didn't want to check it. Every message so far had been a threat, a warning, a reminder that he was in too deep, but this time was different. This time, there was a name attached to the message, Lu Jian. The screen read. The name sent a cold shiver down his spine. Lu Jian was someone Yang Xiang hadn't thought about in years. They had worked together at the power plant, back when Yang Xiang was still fresh out of school, eager to prove himself. Lu Jian had been a mentor of sorts, an older, more experienced engineer who knew the ins and outs of the power grid better than anyone. At first, Yang Xiang had admired him. Lu Jian was brilliant, obsessed with power in ways that bordered on the obsessive. But there had always been something off about him. Something dark beneath the surface, and now Lu Jian's name was showing up in connection with the black circuit. Yang Xiang's stomach churned. What was going on? Why was Lu Jian involved in all this? He opened the message. You don't understand what you've become, Yang. But I can help you. I can show you what's possible. You don't need to fight this. Join me. Together, we can reshape everything. The message was cryptic, but Yang Xiang could hear the underlying threat. He was being pulled into something far beyond his control. He could feel it now, a sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach. Yang Xiang didn't waste any time responding. What do you want from me? The response was almost instantaneous. You have something I need. Something that can give me control over everything. The currents, the grid, the digital world. And you're too valuable to let go. The words hit him like a punch to the gut. Lu Jian wasn't just asking for his help, he was demanding it. Yang Xiang felt trapped, his only choices shrinking by the second. I won't join you, he typed, his hands shaking as the words appeared on the screen. I won't let you use me. There was a long pause before the reply came. You're already part of this, Yang. You just don't know it yet. Yang Xiang's blood ran cold. What did that mean? Was it too late to get out? Had Lu Jian already planned for this moment, anticipating his refusal? Before he could think further, a flood of code began to fill the screen, scrolling faster than he could comprehend. His fingers went numb as the room around him seemed to shimmer. The lines of code stretched and twisted, forming shapes and symbols that were impossible to interpret. It felt like a digital storm was swirling around him, pulling him into its center. Yang Xiang's heart raced. He tried to disconnect, to close his laptop, but the device wouldn't respond. The screen remained locked, the message flashing over and over again. You can't escape. Suddenly, everything went dark. The room was plunged into total darkness, the hum of electricity fading into a quiet void. For a moment, Yang Xiang couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He was caught in the silence, disoriented, his mind spinning as the reality of what had just happened settled in. It was then that he realized the truth. Lu Jian wasn't just trying to control him. He already had. Yang Xiang opened his eyes, and the world around him wasn't the same anymore. The digital storm had consumed him, and he was no longer in his apartment. He was somewhere else, somewhere far beyond the physical world. His thoughts swirled in a vast sea of data, surrounded by endless lines of code. He was inside the grid, deeper than he had ever gone before. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to make sense of his new surroundings. It felt like a dream, a nightmare, but it was real. He had become part of the system. He had let himself slip too far, let his curiosity guide him into dangerous territory. A figure appeared in front of him, materializing from the digital void. It was Lu Jian. "Welcome to my world," Lu Jian said, his voice echoing through the vast expanse of data. "I hope you understand now. You don't control the grid." "I do." Yang Xiang's fists clenched. This was the moment he had feared. Lu Jian had trapped him here, in this space between reality and the digital ether. But Yang Xiang wasn't finished yet. He still had the power. He could still fight. "You're wrong," Yang Xiang said, his voice shaking but determined. "I am the grid now. And you won't control me." With that, he reached deep within himself, stretching his mind into the digital landscape. He could feel it, the pulse of electricity, the ebb and flow of power. And this time, he wasn't just riding the currents. He was the currents. He was the network that he focused, drawing on every ounce of power he had. The system shuddered beneath him, and he felt the surge of electricity crackle through the air. Lu Jian's figure faltered for a moment, a brief flicker of doubt in his eyes. Yang Xiang pushed harder, forcing his way through the system, taking control. It was a battle for the future of the world. A battle for the power to shape reality itself, and Yang Xiang was ready to win. The digital landscape around Yang Xiang crackled with energy as he fought to maintain control. The system seemed to resist him, pulling and twisting in ways that felt almost sentient. It was like trying to hold onto a live wire, a force that was both electrifying and deadly. But Yang Xiang wasn't afraid anymore. Not of Lu Jian, not of the Black Circuit. He was no longer just a man trying to fix problems with wires and circuits. He had become something else. He had become the current itself. His mind stretched deeper into the system, past firewalls and encrypted barriers, past the lines of code that separated him from the true heart of the network. He could feel the weight of it, the sheer magnitude of the world's interconnectedness. Every piece of data, every byte of information, was within his reach. And with a single thought, he could bend it to his will. But Lu Jian wasn't going down without a fight. The figure before him flickered again, the digital form of his former mentor twitching in a way that almost seemed human. "You can't control everything, Yang. This isn't some game you can win. The system is too big. You're just a cog in the machine." Yang Xiang's heart beat in his ears, but his resolve was unwavering. Lu Jian had always been about control, always about bending others to his will. He was the one who had taught Yang Xiang everything he knew about the grid, but now, the roles had reversed. Now, it was Yang Xiang who was in charge. "This is no longer about control," Yang Xiang said, his voice steady. "This is about freedom. And you'll never understand that." The digital storm around him intensified, and Yang Xiang could feel the power surge beneath him. Lu Jian's figure wavered again, as if the grid itself were rejecting him, unable to keep up with the pressure Yang Xiang was putting on it. "You don't know what you're doing," Lu Jian hissed, the edges of his form flickering like a dying flame. "You're a tool. A puppet. The Black Circuit will come for you, and you won't be able to hide." Yang Xiang's hands clenched into fists. He had heard the name Black Circuit enough times now to know what it meant: power, secrecy, control. They were the ones who had pulled the strings, the ones who had shaped the digital world to their will. But Yang Xiang wasn't afraid anymore. He didn't need their approval. He didn't need their power. "I'm not your puppet anymore," he said, his voice echoing in the empty digital space. "And neither are you." With a final, focused push, Yang Xiang reached into the heart of the system. His mind expanded like a shockwave, breaking through barriers, breaking through firewalls, breaking through everything Lu Jian had built. For a split second, he felt the weight of the entire world, the electricity surging through the grid, the whispers of millions of devices, all of them interconnected, all of them alive with the hum of the digital age. And for a moment, everything paused. Then, with a single, overwhelming jolt, Yang Xiang surged forward, driving the power through the system like a hammer striking an anvil. Lu Jian screamed, a sound that echoed through the digital void. But it was too late. The code around him shattered, and the storm of data that had been swirling around them both began to collapse. Lu Jian's form flickered and stuttered, unable to keep up with the overwhelming force of Yang Xiang's will. And then, with a final flash of light, Lu Jian was gone, the digital landscape fell silent, Yang Xiang stood alone, floating in the vast emptiness of the grid. His chest rose and fell with each breath, but his mind was clear, his body still humming with the electric charge that now flowed through him. He had won. He had taken control of the system, but the victory felt hollow. As the reality of the situation began to sink in, Yang Xiang knew the battle wasn't over. The Black Circuit might have lost its leader, but they were still out there, waiting, watching. And there were other forces in the world, corporations, governments, individuals, who would want to harness the power he now wielded. He looked around at the empty void, the digital landscape stretching infinitely in every direction. There was no going back. He couldn't just step out of the grid and return to his old life. That life no longer existed. He had become something else entirely. With a deep breath, Yang Xiang closed his eyes and let the system flow around him. He could feel it, all of it, the power of the grid, the pulse of electricity, the flow of information. He could shape it, control it, make it his own. And for the first time, he understood the true scope of what he had become. But power like this came with a price. As he moved deeper into the system, his thoughts were interrupted by a faint voice, distant but unmistakable. The words came through like a whisper in the back of his mind, a cold reminder of the path he had chosen. You think you've won? You're just getting started. The voice sent a chill down his spine. It was impossible. He had taken down Lu Jian, shattered the Black Circuit's control. But the voice, cold and calculating, lingered in his mind. You're never truly in control, it continued, the voice growing louder with each passing second. You've just begun to understand the game. And we've been waiting for someone like you. Yang Xiang's heart skipped a beat as the realization hit him. The Black Circuit wasn't gone. They were still out there, and they had been watching him the entire time. He wasn't free. Not yet. The power that had once felt like an overwhelming force of freedom now felt like a chain, locking him deeper into a world of digital manipulation and unseen eyes. There was no escaping it now. He had become too entangled in the grid, too connected to the network to ever truly leave. As he continued to navigate the vast system, the truth became clear. He was no longer just part of the electrical network. He was the network itself. A part of something bigger, something that spanned the globe, that connected everything, and that made him a target. Yang Xiang had been right about one thing: the world had changed, and with it, so had he. There was no going back to the life he once knew. The only question now was whether he could control the current, or if the current would control him. He wasn't sure yet, but he was ready to find out. It wasn't the first time that Chen Cheng had seen his lab go up in sparks. In fact, it was becoming a bit of a routine. There was always something that went wrong, some wire he missed, some equation that never quite added up, some obscure variable that no one in the history of electrical engineering had thought about before. But this time, it felt different. This time, he had almost expected it. Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands trembling from a mixture of exhaustion and excitement. He stood over a cluttered metal table, surrounded by blinking screens, wires snaking across the floor, and the faint smell of ozone hanging in the air. His fingers hovered over the control panel, hesitant. The last time, he had almost lost his left hand. Today would be different. He had to believe that. Okay, Chen, he muttered to himself, looking at his reflection in the darkened window. The bright neon lights from the city outside cast eerie shadows across his face. You've got this. It's just another experiment. Just another breakthrough. The device in front of him, a small metallic box with numerous ports, wires, and blinking LEDs, was the result of months of painstaking work. A machine designed to manipulate bioelectric currents. Not in a trivial way, like stimulating muscles or shocking a heart back into rhythm. No, this was something much more ambitious. The goal was to harness the electrical energy flowing through living beings, tap into the very currents that powered the human body, and use them for a larger purpose. For energy. For power. For a future where humanity was no longer dependent on finite resources, but in truth, Chen didn't care about the big picture. Not yet. Right now, he was just trying to prove to himself that he could do it. That he could control what others deemed impossible. That he could change the world. Or at least, the small corner of it he called his own. He closed his eyes and steadied his breath. The electricity hummed softly in the background. All around him, the machines clicked and buzzed, eagerly waiting for the green light. He pressed the button. At first, everything was calm. The machine powered on, its lights blinking in sequence, as if it were just another one of his failed prototypes. But then, the air shifted. It became heavier, almost alive, as if the very molecules around him had started vibrating with anticipation. Chen's eyes widened. This wasn't normal. The display screen on his desk flickered and then went completely black. He didn't panic. He had seen his share of glitches before, but a strange sensation crawled up his spine, like fingers of electricity reaching into the marrow of his bones. He reached down instinctively, adjusting the power output, trying to stabilize the system. Then, a low hum began to fill the room. It wasn't coming from the machine. It was coming from inside his own body. He froze. He could feel the electric current, his current, coursing through his fingers, surging up his arm, reaching his chest. It wasn't just in his head anymore. The entire room seemed to pulse with the energy of his thoughts. His heart raced as he realized what was happening. He had done it. He had tapped into something much deeper than he could have imagined. Suddenly, the floor beneath him seemed to ripple like water. The room around him bent and twisted, the edges of reality growing blurry. Chen reached out, grabbing the desk, trying to steady himself, but it was no use. The world was unspooling, unraveling, as if he had broken through a membrane separating his world from another. A shimmering, ethereal door appeared in front of him, hovering in the air like a mirage. It wasn't a physical door, at least not in the traditional sense. It looked more like a distortion in the fabric of space itself, an opening to something beyond, something that he couldn't comprehend. Chen blinked rapidly, rubbing his eyes. Was he seeing things? Was it a hallucination brought on by too much sleep deprivation? But no. The door remained. He could feel its presence, a constant hum of energy reverberating through his body. He was connected to it somehow. He stepped closer, slowly, as if afraid that any sudden movement might shatter the illusion. But it didn't shatter. It solidified. The door opened just slightly, like an invitation. It beckoned him. Chen hesitated for only a moment before stepping through. The world on the other side was like nothing he had ever seen. It wasn't a physical space. There was no floor, no sky. Instead, it was a swirling vortex of colors, shapes, and forms. It was like stepping inside a dream, or maybe a memory that wasn't his. Everything was in constant motion, a fluid dance of digital fragments and abstract images. Bits of code floated in midair, drifting like dust particles, and somewhere in the distance, there were flashes of light, explosions, perhaps, or bursts of pure energy. Chen reached out, touching the air before him. It rippled, like water disturbed by a stone. He could feel the currents, the bioelectric currents, flowing through this space, just as they flowed through his own body. Only here, they were amplified, immense, infinite, and then, a voice, not in his ears, but in his mind. A strange, otherworldly voice that resonated deep within him, as if it were speaking directly to the core of his consciousness. Welcome, Chen Cheng. You found the gate. Chen's heart pounded. His legs felt weak, his mind spinning. What is this place? He asked aloud, though the words seemed to vanish into the void. It is the space between worlds. A threshold, a passage. You have opened it. Chen stood frozen, trying to process the enormity of what he had just done. He had opened a door, a literal gateway to another realm, a dimension that existed beyond time and space. But as he began to gather his thoughts, the voice spoke again, this time with a sense of urgency. The currents you manipulate are not merely energy. They are the bridge to the future. The key to unlocking worlds beyond this one. But be careful, Chen Cheng. For the gate is not meant to be opened by mortals. There are forces that will seek to control it, to use it for purposes you cannot yet understand. Chen's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't just some experiment gone awry. This was something bigger, something far more dangerous. He wasn't ready for this. The voice seemed to grow distant, as if retreating into the ether, but it left one final message. You must learn to control the currents before they control you. The door shimmered once more, flickering as if its power was fading. Chen stumbled back, his head spinning. He had to get out. He had to leave this place before it consumed him entirely. But as he turned to step back through the door, the world around him began to fold in on itself. The colors, the shapes, the fragments of data, they all blurred together into a swirling mass of chaotic energy. Chen could feel the very fabric of reality beginning to unravel. With a sudden, violent jolt, he was thrown backward, his body crashing into the desk. The door disappeared, leaving only the familiar, dimly lit room behind. Chen lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't know what had just happened, or how it had happened, but he knew one thing: his life had just changed forever. He had opened the door. And now, the world on the other side was waiting for him to return. Chen Cheng sat up slowly, feeling the dull ache in his skull, his head pounding with the aftershocks of whatever he had just experienced. The lab was the same as it had been moments before. The machines hummed quietly, the blinking lights casting a comforting, mechanical glow across the room. The door, the shimmering portal, was gone. But he could still feel it, a presence, faint but undeniable, lingering at the edge of his consciousness. He rubbed his eyes, trying to clear the fog in his mind. Was it a dream? Some kind of hallucination? He had always pushed his limits when it came to experimenting, but this wasn't something his mind could have fabricated. The sensation had been too real, too vivid. It was as if the fabric of reality itself had torn open, allowing him to step into another world. Chen pushed himself to his feet, trying to steady his breathing. The rhythmic hum of the machines, the familiar crackle of electricity, returned to the forefront of his awareness, grounding him. It didn't make sense. How could he have opened a door to another dimension? And more importantly, why had it felt so alive? That energy, the currents running through him and the world beyond, were connected in a way he couldn't yet comprehend. It was like the very essence of the universe was pulsing through his fingertips. His heart raced again, but this time it wasn't from fear. It was excitement. The potential of what he had just discovered filled him with a sense of awe. He had just unlocked something no one else had even dared to dream about. But there was more. So much more. The voice, whatever it had been, had warned him. The currents you manipulate are not merely energy. They are the bridge to the future. It echoed in his mind like a haunting refrain. He had barely scratched the surface. Chen wiped his palms on his jeans, his thoughts racing. The voice had said that the currents were the key to something greater. A bridge. A passage to the future. What did that mean? Could it be that bioelectricity was more than just a tool for energy or medical purposes? Could it be the very fabric of existence? Could it hold the secrets of the universe? Shaking off the remnants of dizziness, Chen turned back to his workbench. He grabbed his notebook, flipping through the pages filled with messy equations, scribbled hypotheses, and half-formed ideas. He had been trying to solve an energy crisis, to find a sustainable source of power. But now he wasn't sure what he was trying to unlock anymore. The gates had opened, and they had shown him something beyond energy, beyond the mundane world he had been so focused on. He paused for a moment, glancing at the blank space on the wall where the portal had been. Could it be real? Or had it all been a product of his imagination, a trick of the mind brought on by stress and sleepless nights? But he knew. Deep down, he knew. He had felt it. He had crossed over, even if only for a few seconds. And that fleeting moment had changed everything. With a shaky breath, he sat back down at his desk and stared at the machine that had sparked the whole mess, the device that controlled the bioelectric currents. His fingers hovered over the buttons. There was a part of him that wanted to run, to walk away and never think about it again. But there was another part, a far stronger part, that urged him forward. He had come this far. He couldn't stop now that he adjusted the settings, carefully, making sure the output was stable. He had to understand this. He had to know what had happened, what he had opened. His heart skipped a beat as he flicked the switch. The machine powered up again, its lights flashing in a rhythmic pattern. For a moment, nothing happened. But then, the air began to shift again. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible, but there it was, an electric charge, the sensation of something moving just beneath the surface of his skin. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Chen didn't hesitate this time. He focused all his energy on the currents, directing them with a single thought, letting them flow freely through his body. His fingertips tingled as he felt the charge surge through his veins. The power built inside him like a storm, thrumming against his bones, pulling him toward the center of the unknown. And then, it happened again. The door appeared, just as it had before, flickering into existence right before his eyes. This time, however, it was different. The portal wasn't as solid, not as defined. It shimmered, fluctuating like a heat wave in the desert. It was no longer just a doorway to another space. It felt malleable, fluid. As if the boundary between worlds was no longer fixed, but something he could influence, shape. Chen took a step closer, his pulse quickening. He had done it again. He had opened the door, but this time, he wasn't going to just look through it. He was going to step through it, to understand what lay beyond. The air rippled as he passed through the threshold, and the moment his foot crossed the boundary, the world around him exploded in a burst of color and sound. It was a cacophony, a blur of lights and shapes, too fast and too numerous for his mind to process. His breath caught in his throat as he felt himself falling, no longer sure of where up and down were, where the real world ended and the virtual one began. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the chaos subsided. Chen blinked, adjusting to the sudden stillness. He was no longer in his lab, or anywhere that he recognized. The space around him seemed to stretch endlessly, like the inside of a vast, empty canvas. There was no floor beneath his feet, no ceiling above. The air was thick, heavy with the hum of electrical energy, like static clinging to his skin. Strange, glowing shapes floated by him, their edges jagged and unformed. He reached out instinctively, his hand brushing one of them. It pulsed with light, like a living thing, and for a brief moment, he felt a deep connection, like it was part of him, and he was part of it. In the distance, he saw something, a figure, small and indistinct, drifting toward him. As it drew nearer, the shape solidified, becoming clearer. It was a person, or something like a person, their form shifting and flickering, as if made of light and data. The figure stopped a few feet in front of him, its face unreadable. "You've come," the figure said, its voice calm but heavy, resonating in Chen's mind as much as in his ears. Chen stepped back, his pulse quickening. The voice was familiar, in a way, like the one he had heard before. The one that had warned him about the dangers of the currents. The one that had called him here. "You are not supposed to be here," the figure continued, its eyes locking onto his. "But it is too late. The gate has opened." Chen's throat went dry. "Who are you?" he managed to ask, his voice trembling slightly. The figure's mouth didn't move, but the words still came. "I am a part of this place. A fragment. A guide, perhaps. But I am not who you should be concerned with. The currents are the key. The future lies in your hands." The future? Chen echoed, his thoughts racing. He felt the weight of the figure's words pressing against him, pushing him further into the unknown. What do you mean? What is this place? What's on the other side? The currents that you manipulate are more than just energy, Chen Cheng. They are the lifeblood of existence. The fabric that binds all things together. This world you have opened, the one between, holds the answers. But it also holds dangers. You must learn to control what you have unleashed, or it will consume you. The gate is only the beginning. Before Chen could respond, the figure turned and began to fade, dissolving into the swirling currents around them. It was as if it had never been there at all. Chen was left standing alone, surrounded by the pulsating energy of the unknown, and in that moment, he understood the gate had opened. And now, he was standing on the edge of something far bigger than anything he could have ever imagined. A new world, a new reality, one where the currents of bioelectricity were the key to everything. The future, as the figure had said, was in his hands. But at what cost, Chen didn't know yet. But he was going to find out. The world around Chen flickered like a bad transmission, the edges of reality warping and bending, as though he were standing in the eye of a storm. Every direction he looked, there was something different, something unfamiliar. The currents pulsed like veins, thrumming through the air and vibrating the very fabric of the space he was in. It felt like the world itself was alive, aware, waiting for him to do something. Waiting for him to understand that he stood frozen for a moment, his mind struggling to make sense of it all. The figure, the guide, or whatever it was, had faded away so quickly, leaving only the hum of energy in its wake. The words it had spoken echoed in his mind, the currents are the key. The future lies in your hands. But you must learn to control what you've unleashed, or it will consume you. Chen's breath caught in his throat. Control. He had always prided himself on his ability to control things. Numbers. Variables. Systems. But this was different. This wasn't just a matter of equations or formulas. This was something much larger, something far more dangerous. His hand twitched, and the currents in the air seemed to respond. Tiny sparks danced in front of him, like fireflies, leaving faint trails of light behind them. He reached out instinctively, trying to grasp the energy, to understand it. The moment his fingers made contact, a rush of information flooded his mind, raw, unfiltered, alien. He saw glimpses of things. Fragments of images and thoughts that didn't belong to him. Flashing scenes of cities that looked like they were made of glass and light, people, no, not people, beings, who floated through the air, their bodies made of swirling currents themselves. And then there were images of destruction, of entire landscapes being torn apart by invisible forces, cities crumbling under the weight of their own power. Chen staggered back, overwhelmed. His heart pounded in his chest, and his breath came in shallow gasps. He had only touched the surface. This was what lay on the other side of the gate, the very currents that powered not only this space but the future itself. They were alive, in a sense. They were the lifeblood of this world, and possibly all worlds. He had no idea what it meant or how he was supposed to control it. The voice, if it even was a voice, spoke again, its words resonating deep within his skull. You are not meant to wield this power alone, Chen Cheng. The currents will take what they need. They will feed on your thoughts, your fears, your desires. If you are not careful, they will consume you. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. He had to find a way to control this, to understand it. There had to be some way to stabilize it. If he could just, a sharp crack echoed through the void, cutting off his thoughts. A ripple spread across the space in front of him, distorting the air like a stone dropped into water. The colors in the distance shifted, darkened, and then converged into a single point, a flickering pulse of light. Chen's heart skipped a beat. The gate, it was opening again, but this time, it wasn't just an opening between spaces. It was a rift, tearing through the fabric of the world itself. The entire dimension seemed to bend, the ground beneath him trembling as if the world itself were shifting. The currents that flowed through the air began to spiral, twisting in on themselves, and then, something stepped through. At first, it was just a shadow, a figure moving too quickly, too fluidly, to be fully understood. The shape flickered in and out of existence like a broken video feed, and Chen could feel the air itself crackling with power. His instincts screamed at him to run, to retreat back to his lab, back to the real world. But he couldn't move. His body was frozen, rooted to the spot. The figure finally emerged fully from the rift, solidifying into a shape that was human, yet not. It was tall, its form sleek and angular, like a being made of both light and shadow. Its face was obscured, hidden behind a mask that seemed to change every time Chen looked at it, its features shifting between human and something entirely foreign. The figure reached out, its hand extending toward Chen with an almost unnatural grace. "Do you understand now?" it asked, its voice not a sound, but a thought, a direct transmission into Chen's mind. "You've opened the gate. And now, you must face the consequences." Chen tried to speak, but his voice was caught in his throat. The figure's presence was overwhelming, like a weight pressing down on him from all directions. The very air felt charged with static, and he could feel the currents moving in his blood, responding to the figure's energy, drawing closer to it. "You're afraid," the figure continued, its words slicing through Chen's thoughts. "But there is no need. This is only the beginning. You are a conduit now. A bridge between the worlds. And the currents," it paused, as if considering something. "The currents have chosen you." The words sent a chill down Chen's spine. Chosen? What did that mean? He wasn't ready for this. He had barely begun to understand what he was dealing with, and now this being, this entity, was telling him that he had been selected for something greater. Something dangerous. That he tried to take a step back, but the figure's hand was already upon his chest, and the world around him shifted again. The swirling currents grew faster, more intense, and he could feel his body being pulled into them, like a fish caught in a current of a river too strong to escape. "You cannot resist," the figure's voice echoed in his mind. "The currents will carry you. They will teach you, shape you into something new. But first, you must learn to surrender to them. Only then will you understand your place in this world, and in the future." Chen's thoughts whirled. Surrender? To the currents? He couldn't. He had to control them. He had to understand them, not submit to them. But the figure was right about one thing: he couldn't resist. Not anymore. The current surged through him, stronger than before, like a flood rushing through a broken dam. They didn't just move through his body now. They moved through his thoughts, his memories, pulling fragments of his past, reshaping his mind. He felt his very essence being bent, molded by the energy flowing through him. It was too much. It was too fast. He couldn't, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Chen gasped, his body jerking upright, but he found himself back in his lab. The machines were still humming, the lights still flickering, as though nothing had happened. But it wasn't the same. He wasn't the same. His body felt different, lighter, as if it no longer belonged entirely to the physical world. The energy that had surged through him had left a mark, an imprint that he could feel deep in his bones. And then, he understood. He understood that he was no longer just an engineer, just a man looking to change the world with machines. He had opened something far greater than a mere gateway. He had opened a doorway to the future. And that future was going to change him. Whether he was ready or not, the currents had chosen him. And now, it was up to him to decide what to do with that power. The door was still open, somewhere, waiting for him to return, and Chen Qing knew that he would. Su Wen had always been the quiet type. The kind of person who preferred the hum of machinery over the buzz of a crowded bar or the clinking of dinner glasses. He was the go-to electrical engineer at the sprawling power grid facility that kept half of the city running. He loved the way power coursed through the cables and transformers like veins in a living organism. The world of electrical systems was predictable, logical. You could read the current, track the resistance, and always find a solution, until, of course, things went wrong, and they had gone very wrong that day. Su-1, we need you on this, shouted his supervisor, Zhou, over the noise of the facility, which was now filled with alarms and flashing warning lights. Su-1 was already knee-deep in cables, eyes narrowed in concentration. A small fire was threatening one of the main reactors, and an overload on the grid was cascading through the system. The entire downtown area was on the brink of a massive blackout. Su-1 could feel the tension in the air, like static before a lightning strike. The city's pulse, the one he'd helped build, piece by piece, for the past 5 years, was on the edge of collapse. With the precision of a surgeon, Su-1 adjusted the circuit breakers and recalibrated the voltage regulators. His fingers were quick, but the situation was growing more dire. Then, as he tried to bypass a particularly fried fuse, the worst happened. A massive surge of power exploded through the facility. It was the kind of surge that could melt steel, the kind of energy that could fry a person's insides before they even knew what hit them. Su-1 was thrown across the room, his body crashing into the metal frame of a nearby reactor. For a split second, everything went white. His mind raced as his body fought the electricity coursing through him, but in that second, something strange happened. His body didn't burn. Instead, it felt alive, more alive than ever. Every muscle, every nerve, every cell felt electrified. Then, as quickly as the shock wave hit him, it stopped. Su-1 was lying on the cold concrete floor, dazed but miraculously unscathed. The facility was a wreck, but he was fine. Better than fine. He could feel it, like a vibration under his skin. Something was different. Something had changed. Su-1. Are you okay? Zhou's voice broke through his thoughts. Su-1 staggered to his feet, his head spinning. Yeah, he muttered. I'm fine. I think. It wasn't until later, much later, that he realized what had really happened. In the days following the accident, Su-1 couldn't shake the odd feeling that something had been altered in him. It wasn't just the adrenaline or the residual shock of the explosion. He felt more attuned to the electricity around him. The hum of machines, the buzz of a light bulb turning on, it was like a symphony playing in his mind. At first, he dismissed it. He figured it was just his mind overcompensating for the trauma. But when he walked down the hall, his presence seemed to trigger a series of electrical malfunctions, lights flickered, and appliances buzzed in a strange synchrony. At first, Su-1 thought it was coincidence, but the pattern continued. One afternoon, while working alone in the lab, Su-1 leaned over a table filled with his notes and testing equipment. His fingers brushed against the metal of a dead houseplant sitting in the corner, a plant that had been on its last legs for weeks. It was wilting, its leaves brown and dry, its stem twisted in that way plants get when they've been neglected too long. Su-1 felt a strange impulse to touch it. He reached down and placed his fingers on the pot's edge, almost as if compelled by an invisible force. His fingers crackled with static. A small spark jumped between his fingertips and the soil, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, the plant trembled. Its leaves seemed to unfurl, almost as if they had been waiting for that single spark. The withered brown leaves turned green. The stem straightened. The plant was alive, alive again. Su-1's heart raced. He jerked his hand back, horrified. Could he have done that? The plant, which had been on the verge of death only moments before, was now thriving, vibrant with life. He stared at it, his mind whirring with possibilities. If he could do that with a plant, could he do it with something, or someone, else? For the next few days, Su-1 couldn't stop thinking about it. He experimented with small animals at first. An old mouse that had died in a trap, a bird that had flown into his window, each one brought back to life with the same eerie spark. It wasn't just revival, it was something more. The animals didn't just reawaken, they thrived. Their fur was shinier, their movements quicker, as though they'd been given a second chance at life, but the more he brought back, the more unsettling the results became. One evening, Su-Wen stood over a small rodent on his workbench, the creature that had been dead for almost a week. His hand hovered above it. With a deep breath, he focused, imagining the energy flowing from his fingertips into the body. The creature twitched. Then, with a sharp gasp, its eyes opened. It scurried in place, its tiny paws twitching as though unsure of its own existence. Su-Wen was mesmerized, but something was wrong. The rodent's fur was patchy in places. It jerked awkwardly, its movements erratic. It opened its mouth and let out a strange squeak, but it sounded wrong. The tone was hollow, more like a machine than a living creature. Su-Wen's stomach sank. What had he done? Days passed, and Su-Wen found himself in a cycle of experimentation and dread. Each life he reanimated seemed less and less like the original. A cat that he brought back began pacing in tight circles, its eyes clouded and vacant. A bird he revived fluttered about, but it seemed to crash into everything around it, disoriented and confused. The more Su-Wen tried to perfect the process, the worse the side effects became, but the pull of his power was undeniable. He could bring anything back. Anything. The temptation was overwhelming. Could he do this for people? Could he bring back someone he loved? It was in the dead of night, with the pale light of his desk lamp casting long shadows across the lab, that he realized the full potential of what he had unlocked. There was no limit. He could be the one to rewrite the rules of life and death itself, but it was also then that he began to ask himself the most troubling question of all: should he? The temptation gnawed at him. For a man who had lived most of his life by logic and reason, Su-Wen found himself caught in an unfamiliar world of uncertainty. Each resurrection, each reawakening, brought with it something darker, something unknowable. Yet the thrill, the exhilaration of it all, kept pushing him forward. And then, as he stood before the refrigerator one morning, staring at the shelves of food, a call came in that would change everything. It was his mother, her voice trembling on the other end. "Your father, he's gone, Su-Wen. He passed away last night." Su-Wen's hand trembled as he held the phone to his ear. His mother's voice, strained and cracked, echoed in his mind as the words sank in. His father was dead. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The silence between them stretched, filled only by the static buzz of the line. "You should come home, Su-Wen," his mother said softly. It's too late." His father had been in his late 50s, but they hadn't spoken in years. Su-Wen hadn't been close to him. Too many years of distance and resentment had built up between them, layers of missed opportunities, misunderstandings, and bitter silence. Still, this was his father. The man who had given him life, for better or worse. The man who had shaped him in ways he would never fully understand. Now, that man was gone. "Yeah," Su-Wen finally said, his voice a hollow whisper. "I'll come." The funeral was a quiet affair, the kind Su-Wen had expected. His father's death had been sudden, a heart attack in the middle of the night. There were a few distant relatives, some family friends who hadn't seen him in years. But mostly, it was just Su-Wen, his mother, and a handful of mourners standing around a grave in the cemetery. Su-Wen stood at the back of the crowd, eyes fixed on the coffin. His mind felt numb, as though the shock of his father's death had rendered him incapable of fully processing it. The man who had been a stranger to him for most of his life now lay in the ground, and Su-Wen felt a strange emptiness settle in his chest. For years, he had avoided his father, telling himself it was better that way. They had never seen eye to eye. But standing here, watching the coffin lower into the earth, he couldn't shake the nagging thought: could he have done more? Could he have fixed things before it was too late? It was that thought that lingered, gnawing at him, when he returned to his apartment later that night. The quiet hum of the city outside seemed distant, muffled by the fog of his thoughts. Su-Wen walked into his living room, his eyes automatically drawn to the small, dimly lit workbench in the corner, and that's when it hit him that he had the power to bring things back, that he could bring his father back. For a brief moment, the idea seemed absurd. Su-Wen had always prided himself on being rational. He was a scientist, an engineer. He believed in cause and effect, in tangible results. The notion that he could bring someone back from the dead was nothing short of madness. Yet, the pull of that thought was magnetic, an idea too strong to ignore, that he could fix things, fix what was broken between him and his father. He could undo the years of resentment, the silence, the regret. He could make it right. Before he even realized what he was doing, Su-Wen found himself standing in front of the fridge, pulling out the cold, lifeless body of a small bird he had once revived, a failed experiment, discarded weeks ago. His fingers hovered above the animal for a moment, then, almost instinctively, he reached out, placing his hands around it. The crackle of electricity hummed beneath his skin. His mind was clear, his focus absolute. The same energy he had used on the plants and animals before now surged through him, and he pushed it into the bird, feeling the electric current flow through its tiny body. For a moment, nothing happened. But then, to his shock, the bird's wings twitched, its chest rose with the faintest sign of breath. It wasn't perfect, its feathers were still frayed, its movements jerky, but it was alive. Su-Wen stared at it, his heart pounding in his chest. It was a miracle. It had worked. His mind raced. If he could do this with a bird, he could do it with anything. With anyone. He could bring his father back. For the first time, the weight of his actions seemed irrelevant. The rush of power, of potential, overwhelmed his rational mind. He could undo death. The possibilities stretched out before him, infinite, dazzling. The next few hours passed in a blur. Su-Wen couldn't stop himself. The thought of bringing his father back consumed him entirely. His father's lifeless body lay in the morgue, a cold shell. But Su-Wen could change that. He could bring him back to life. Not as a perfect replica, but as something real. As something, his father. But there was a part of him, buried deep inside, that hesitated. He had seen the consequences of his experiments. He knew that bringing things back wasn't as simple as flipping a switch. The animals he had revived had been strange, erratic, broken in ways he couldn't explain. What if his father came back wrong? What if this power, this gift, came with consequences far worse than he could imagine? But the part of him that yearned for the chance to make things right, to undo the years of regret and lost time, was louder than his doubts. The thought of seeing his father again, of having a second chance to make amends, was too powerful to ignore. That night, as the city slept, Su-Wen stood in the small, sterile room of the morgue, looking down at his father's body. The man who had been a father, a figure of authority, a stranger, now lay lifeless on the cold metal table. Su-Wen's hands shook as he placed his fingers against the body's chest, feeling the slight resistance of the muscle, the cold skin beneath. He closed his eyes. He couldn't afford to think about the consequences. He couldn't afford to consider the risks. This was his chance. His last chance. The electricity surged again, this time stronger, more intense. Su-Wen focused every ounce of energy he had into the current. He felt it course through him, through his father's body. For a moment, nothing happened. But then, a twitch. A breath. His father's chest rose. Su-Wen held his breath, his heart pounding. It worked. It worked. His father's eyes flickered open, but the moment the pupils found Su-Wen's face, the joy turned to dread. There was no recognition, no love. Just cold, vacant emptiness. The life that had once filled his father's gaze was gone. What remained was a hollow echo of a man, a shell. Su-Wen stepped back, his body cold, his mind reeling. The thing that stood before him wasn't his father. It was a distorted version, a being filled with something other than life. It was wrong. "It was broken, Dad?" Su Wen whispered, but the figure didn't respond. It wasn't his father, not really. His father was lost, gone. The body was here, but the soul was nowhere to be found. Panic surged through Su Wen as he watched the corpse lurch forward, its limbs jerking in unnatural movements. His father's mouth opened, but it wasn't words that came out. It was a guttural sound, something animalistic, alien. The body was alive, but not in any way Su Wen had hoped. With a cry, Su Wen recoiled. This wasn't right. This wasn't life. It was something worse. Something far worse. Desperately, he reached out to touch the body again, hoping that somehow, he could fix it, make it right. But as his fingers brushed against the dead flesh, the current surged one last time, stronger, uncontrollable. The thing that had once been his father let out a scream, a terrible, inhuman sound, before its body collapsed in on itself, twitching violently as if it were caught in a final, irreversible spasm. Su Wen stepped back, horrified, as the life, if it could even be called life, drained out of his father's body once again. It wasn't a resurrection. It wasn't a second chance. It was a nightmare. A monstrosity, and it was his fault. The silence in the room was deafening. Su Wen stood there, staring at the corpse, his mind spinning. What had he done? What had he unleashed? The consequences of his actions had never been so clear, so devastatingly clear. He had played with life and death, and he had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. For the first time in his life, Su Wen felt the weight of what it meant to hold such power. It wasn't a gift. It was a curse. A force beyond his control, and one that he had no right to wield. His hands trembled as he turned away from the room. He couldn't undo it. He couldn't take back what he had done. The only thing left now was the knowledge that he had tampered with forces that should have been left alone. The knowledge that no matter how much he wanted to fix things, some things were just beyond his reach. Su Wen stood frozen, his breath shallow and ragged as he stared at the lifeless body of his father. The hollowed eyes that had once carried the weight of a lifetime of experiences were now empty, drained of every trace of the man he had known. The body was still warm, but it no longer felt human. It was a grotesque mockery of life, twitching and jerking unnaturally. His father's soul, or whatever had once made him who he was gone. And in its place was this thing. His heart pounded in his chest, and for the first time since the accident, Su Wen felt the full weight of what he had done. The power that had once seemed like a miracle, a gift, had become a nightmare. He had crossed a line, and there was no turning back. What he had brought back from death wasn't his father. It was something else entirely. In the silence that followed, Su Wen felt the walls close in around him. He had always been the one to fix things, to find solutions, to repair what was broken. But this was beyond repair. The life he had tried to restore had been warped beyond recognition. His father wasn't the only thing he had lost in that moment. He had lost his sense of control. He had lost his understanding of the world and his place in it. The room felt suffocating as he stared at the twisted, jerking form that had once been his father. A deep, gnawing fear took root in Su Wen's chest. This wasn't just about the terrible consequences of his experiment, it was about something deeper. He had tampered with the very fabric of life, and in doing so, he had broken something essential. There was no coming back from this. Not for his father. Not for him. The body on the table stopped moving suddenly, as if it had run out of energy, or perhaps something else had finally snapped. The room was quiet again, but the silence felt suffocating, oppressive. Su Wen's knees buckled, and he sank to the floor, his hands pressed to his face as tears he had refused to let fall now streamed freely. This was it. He had gone too far. There was no apology, no prayer, no redemption. There was only the irreversible damage he had caused. Su Wen's body trembled as he reached for his father's cold, lifeless hand, but the warmth had long since dissipated. He had hoped, for a fleeting moment, that maybe, just maybe, this was a mistake, that the miracle of life he had restored would somehow come back right. But it didn't. It never could. In that moment, Su-Wen understood something he hadn't before. Life, real life, wasn't something to be controlled. It was something to be respected. He had forgotten that in his obsession, in his desire to prove that he could fix everything. But the price of playing God was far greater than he could have ever anticipated. The doorbell rang, pulling him from his thoughts. For a moment, Su-Wen didn't know whether he should answer it. Who could it possibly be? His mind was too consumed with the horrors of what he had done, the weight of it pressing down on him. But the bell rang again, this time louder, more urgent. Su-Wen stood up shakily, wiping the tears from his face, and made his way to the door. He didn't know what he expected. Maybe he hoped it was a distraction, something to take him away from the crushing reality in his apartment. But when he opened the door, it wasn't a distraction. He found a man stood in the doorway, tall and unshaven, with a dark expression on his face. Su-Wen didn't recognize him, but the man had an air of authority about him, something in his eyes that made Su-Wen uneasy. Su-Wen, the man said, his voice low and gravelly. We need to talk. Before Su-Wen could respond, the man stepped inside, pushing past him without invitation. Su-Wen instinctively stepped back, his mind still reeling from everything that had happened. The man's presence felt wrong, like an omen. What is this? Su-Wen stammered, his voice raw, almost hoarse from the emotions that had been choking him. Who are you? The man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he closed the door behind him, glancing around the room. His eyes flicked to the workbench, then to the body on the table. Su-Wen felt his heart skip a beat. Had the man seen? Was he here because of what Su-Wen had done? I've been following your work, the man said, his voice calm but firm. Or, rather, I've been following your experiments. Su-Wen felt a chill creep down his spine. What are you talking about? The man didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small, nondescript folder. He opened it slowly, revealing photographs, photos of the animals Su-Wen had revived. The bird, the mouse, the rat. All of them. And there, at the end of the stack, was a photo of the body that had once been his father. Su-Wen's heart dropped. He couldn't speak. Couldn't move. He felt trapped. You've been playing with forces you don't understand, the man said, his tone still steady. And now, it's time for you to answer for it. Su-Wen stumbled back, his mind a blur. This man, whoever he was, knew. He knew everything. And the weight of it was unbearable. The secret he had tried to bury, the guilt he had carried, was now out in the open. There was no running from it. No hiding from it. What do you want from me? Su-Wen whispered, his voice barely audible. The man's eyes hardened, and he stepped closer. We want to help you. We have the resources, the knowledge, the means to take your work to the next level. But first, we need you to understand something. What you've done isn't just dangerous, it's a violation of nature itself. You've tampered with the very cycle of life and death. Su-Wen swallowed hard, feeling his throat tighten. He had known this was coming. He had known that what he was doing was dangerous, that it was reckless. But he hadn't known it would attract attention like this. He hadn't known there would be people watching, waiting for him to make his move. You're not the only one with these abilities, the man continued. There are others, and they're not as humane as you. What you've unleashed could have far-reaching consequences if left unchecked. We can help you control it, but only if you're willing to work with us. Su-Wen's mind raced. He wanted to refuse, wanted to run away from this whole nightmare, but he knew deep down that he couldn't. There was no running from this anymore. The power he had discovered wasn't something that could be locked away, buried, or ignored. It was out there now, and there would be others like this man who wanted to use it for their own purposes. He thought of his father, what he had done to him. The thing that had once been his father was gone, and Su-Won had no idea what kind of consequences his experiments might have on the world. He had no idea what kind of chain of events he had set in motion. Su-Won took a deep breath, looking at the man in front of him, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. He could no longer pretend to be the quiet engineer, the man who fixed things. He had broken something far bigger than he realized. "I'll help you," Su-Won said, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. "But you need to understand something. I won't let you use this power for anything that could hurt people. You want control? Fine. But it has to be for the right reasons." The man studied him for a long moment, as if weighing his words. Finally, he nodded. "Very well," he said, his lips curling into a small smile. "We'll see what you can do with that kind of resolve." The door closed behind him as he left, and Su-Won was left standing alone in the silence of his apartment, the faint hum of electricity in the air. For the first time in a long while, Su-Won knew what he had to do, but as he looked at the workbench, his mind lingering on the mess he had made, he couldn't help but wonder, had he already gone too far? Could he still control the current, or would it consume him, just like everything else he had tried to fix? Zheng Yang wasn't supposed to be in this situation. He was an electrical engineer, not some high-stakes adventurer, and certainly not someone who should have been anywhere near a high-voltage transformer on a warm Tuesday afternoon. His company had given him the task of checking the malfunctioning equipment at the edge of the city's industrial park, an old relic that had been long overdue for a complete overhaul. Of course, he didn't mind the quiet. The empty hum of the machinery was a comforting sound to him, a reminder of how well he understood the world of wires, currents, and circuits. But that afternoon, something was off. Zheng Yang adjusted his gloves, checking the readings on his monitor. His routine process was simple: power off the grid, conduct an analysis, and then repair. But as he approached the transformer, a peculiar crackling sound filled the air. It wasn't the usual hum of the equipment, it was sharper, more erratic, like static electricity clinging to the edges of his senses. He felt a prickling at the back of his neck, and for a moment, he hesitated. Was it a surge? Maybe a buildup of excess charge from the grid's failure. But nothing felt right. The air around him grew heavy. His eyes darted to the flashing red warning light, but it was already too late. The transformer, a massive piece of old iron and wire, exploded, not with the fiery, angry burst he expected, but with an eerie, buzzing shockwave of electricity that didn't just affect the equipment. It entered him. Zheng Yang's body jerked as the electricity surged through his limbs, the shock sharp and blinding. He should have collapsed, should have screamed in agony as his muscles spasmed, but something inside him resisted. Instead, his thoughts expanded, his consciousness stretching outwards like a wire that had suddenly been given too much voltage. He could feel every current of energy that existed in the room, the pulse of the nearby circuit breakers, the electrical hum of the fluorescent lights above his head. But it wasn't just the things around him. He could feel the thrum of his own body, the way his heart beat in sync with the electrical charge, the way his neurons fired and sparked in perfect rhythm. For a second, it was pure chaos. His mind was a swirl of energy, a vortex of raw power that seemed to defy every law of nature he had ever known. And then, just as suddenly, it all stopped. The storm of electricity halted as quickly as it had begun, leaving Zheng Yang standing in the middle of the room, breathless, untouched. But something inside him had changed. He staggered, gripping the edge of a workbench for support. His pulse, still erratic, seemed to buzz beneath his skin. His head swam with strange sensations. What had just happened? With his mind still dizzy from the shock, he pushed himself upright. He checked his arms, his chest, nothing visible, no burns or marks. But his eyes flickered toward the control panel on the wall, where the flashing lights had now gone silent. He hadn't touched anything, yet he could feel the current, his own hand, as though it had become an extension of the very electrical grid itself. He raised it slightly, almost absent-mindedly, and the lights flickered again. How was this possible? He stood still for a moment, his heart thudding as he tried to process what had just happened. His instincts screamed at him to call for help, to report the incident, but something else tugged at the back of his mind. A feeling, no, a knowing, that this was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. He held his hand up again, this time deliberately. The fluorescent lights above hummed to life, flickering as if they recognized his command. The computers around him buzzed in response, their fans kicking into gear as if the very machines had been woken from some long, dormant slumber. Zheng Yang could feel it all, the rhythm, the flow. He was controlling it. His body surged with energy, the power of the current flowing through his veins like liquid fire. The more he focused, the more he realized that he wasn't just feeling the electricity, he was commanding it. The hum of the lights, the whir of the machinery, it all responded to his will. He could manipulate it at will, like a puppeteer pulling on invisible strings. A grin tugged at the corner of his lips, a combination of shock and excitement. He couldn't explain what was happening, but at that moment, he didn't care. It didn't take long for the higher-ups at Echelon Power to notice. Zheng Yang was contacted by the company's regional office almost immediately after his accident. They were impressed, to say the least. Within days, a team of executives arrived at his workplace, whisking him away in a black SUV with tinted windows. He barely had time to process what was happening. He was no longer just an engineer, he was something more. At Echelon Power's headquarters, the world of energy he had once understood was thrown into sharp, uncomfortable clarity. The executives greeted him like royalty, and he was ushered into a vast conference room where sleek glass tables reflected the ambient light of high-tech monitors. The head of the company, a sharp-dressed man named Derek Leach, extended his hand with a smile. "Zheng Yang," he said smoothly, "you've just become the most important person in the world." Zheng Yang didn't respond right away. He felt out of place, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of attention. "I don't understand," he said slowly, trying to wrap his mind around what they were suggesting. "What do you mean?" Leach leaned back in his chair. "Your ability to manipulate electricity isn't just a freak accident. It's the future of energy. You've become the key to controlling the entire world's power grid. You can make electricity do whatever you want, whenever you want." Zheng Yang's mind raced. The words sounded almost too grand to be true. Power. Control. Energy, his very definition of the world had just shifted, expanded into something far more dangerous. But in that moment, it wasn't just fear that gripped him. It was a sense of possibility. I could reshape the world. As the days passed, Zheng Yang was given access to the most advanced technology Echelon had at its disposal. His newfound abilities were tested rigorously, and with each test, his power seemed to grow. He could control the lights in an entire city, disrupt satellites in space, and bend the flow of electricity as easily as a violinist plucks at strings. But it wasn't just about the technology. It was the people, too. The executives, the scientists, the politicians, they all saw him as their secret weapon, someone who could help Echelon consolidate global control over energy. The more they praised him, the more it seemed that they weren't simply awed by his abilities. They were using him, manipulating his potential to further their own goals. Zheng Yang couldn't ignore the discomfort creeping into the back of his mind. Was he truly a king in this new world, or just another pawn being placed on a corporate chessboard? As he grew more comfortable with his power, a question began to gnaw at him: who was really in control here, him, or the company that had taken him in? Zheng Yang stood in the center of the sleek, glass-walled conference room, his gaze shifting from the neatly dressed executives around the table to the high-tech monitors that lined the walls. Each screen displayed maps of the world, grids of energy pulses, and data streams that seemed to ripple like living creatures. They were all tied to him now, the flow of electricity, the beat of the global power systems. He could feel it. Every city, every factory, every light bulb that hummed at that very moment. They're all under my control. Zheng Yang, Derek Leach's voice cut through the hum of his thoughts, bringing him back to the present. You're not just the future of energy. You're the future of civilization itself. With your abilities, Echelon can control the world's power markets, bring entire nations to their knees, and steer the flow of the global economy. Zheng Yang blinked, focusing on the man's words, but he couldn't shake the sense that he was a tool, an instrument being wielded by someone else. These were the kinds of things people whispered about, the stuff of conspiracy theories and doomsday scenarios. Yet here he was, at the center of it all. Leach was watching him closely, gauging his reaction. Imagine it, he continued, his voice smooth and persuasive. A world where we, Echelon, control the power. No more blackouts. No more energy crises. And most importantly, no more unpredictability. We can end wars before they start, we can create energy-rich utopias, or crush the power of any nation that refuses to comply. Zheng Yang's mind raced as the implications sank in. He could end poverty, solve energy shortages, even cure entire industries of their inefficiencies. But it wasn't about solving problems. It was about control. And Leach, this polished, unflinching corporate figure, had no interest in making the world better. He wanted power. Zheng Yang's fists clenched involuntarily, his nails digging into his palms. He could feel the energy in his own body, thrumming just beneath his skin, like a constant pulse. It was intoxicating, yes, but also dangerous. He could control everything, from the smallest devices to entire cities. His every whim could change the course of events. But at what cost? A voice, distant but growing louder, echoed in his mind. Is this what you want? To be their puppet? To bend to their will for the sake of order? He turned to Leach, trying to steady his thoughts. What's the catch? He asked, his voice calm but sharp. Leach smiled, but there was something predatory behind the expression. There is no catch, Zheng Yang. You've seen what we can offer you. The future, in your hands. Just, help us harness the full potential of your gift, and you'll have everything. Money, influence, power. We'll make sure you're untouchable. Zheng Yang had heard the promises before. The promises of a perfect world where everything aligned, where power and stability reigned supreme. He had read the books, seen the documentaries. But the reality was always much darker. Echelon was a machine, and machines didn't care about people. They only cared about control. A few weeks passed in a blur of tests, simulations, and demonstrations. Zheng Yang would stand in a room, his hands raised, and the lights would flicker or the machines would hum to life. It felt like a game, one that he was becoming more adept at playing. At first, he marveled at his abilities. He could bend the very essence of energy to his will, like an artist shaping clay. He could feel the power of the grid surge beneath his fingertips, guiding the flow of electricity wherever he wished. The world was at his command. But the more time he spent with Echelon, the more the whispers in his head grew louder. You're being used. One night, while working late in one of the corporate labs, Zheng Yang uncovered a strange file hidden deep within the company's servers. At first, it appeared to be an innocuous set of routine energy reports, but as he dug deeper, he uncovered something that made his stomach turn. It was a project, a highly classified project, that had been in the works long before his accident. The documents detailed plans for a massive, global mind control network. He scrolled through the pages, his pulse quickening. The files revealed how Echelon had been studying the human brain's electrical impulses for years, trying to find a way to harness them. They had already tested the concept on a smaller scale, manipulating neural signals to influence people's actions, to make them compliant. And now, with Zheng Yang's abilities, they intended to expand the project into something much larger. A network, linked by the flow of electricity, capable of controlling entire populations. Zheng Yang felt a cold shiver run through him. This wasn't about energy. This was about control, complete control over the human mind. He wasn't just a tool for their corporate empire. He was their weapon. And they were going to use him to turn the world into a compliant, docile entity under their reign. His heart raced, and for the first time since the accident, he felt a flicker of fear. The power he had was no longer something to be admired, it was something to be feared. Echelon had always seen him as a means to an end, but now it was clear that he was nothing more than a cog in their machine, a cog they could use to reshape humanity. Zheng Yang's mind churned as he pondered his next move. He could feel the currents of power flowing through him. He was the living conduit of the world's energy. But that same power could also be his undoing. He wasn't just controlling the grids and the lights anymore. He was controlling lives. He was controlling minds. The very thing that made him so powerful was the thing that made him a pawn. His phone buzzed. He glanced down at the screen to see a message from Leech. "We need you in the boardroom. Now." With a grim sense of resolve, Zheng Yang stood from his seat and walked toward the elevator. He had to make a choice. There was no turning back now. Either he would submit to Echelon's vision of the world, or he would fight against it, risking everything. But deep down, he knew that to destroy the company and its plans, he would have to do something unimaginable. He would have to destroy himself, or at least, the part of him that had once believed in saving the world. The elevator doors closed behind him, and as it descended, Zheng Yang's mind flashed with images of everything he had seen, everything he had learned. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him, suffocating him. He had once been a man of reason, of logic. But now, he was something else, a man who controlled the very essence of life and death. The hum of the elevator, the faint flicker of the lights, the constant pulse of the power grids, it all seemed so insignificant in that moment. When the doors opened to the boardroom, he stepped out into the cold light of the corporate empire he had come to know. But this time, he wasn't the man they thought he was. He wasn't their pawn anymore. Zheng Yang stepped into the boardroom, his mind a swirl of conflicting emotions. The air felt thick with anticipation, the heavy weight of the decisions he was about to make pressing down on him like a vice. As the door slid shut behind him, he was met with the cold, calculating eyes of Derek Leech and the other executives. Their faces were impassive, their expressions masked, as if they had been expecting him. Leech didn't even rise from his chair. He only gestured for Zheng Yang to take the seat at the far end of the table. The room was eerily quiet, save for the faint hum of the air conditioning and the distant hum of the city's electrical grid, the same hum Zheng Yang had become so attuned to in the past weeks. It was like the world was speaking to him, urging him to act. "Zheng Yang," Leech said after a long pause, his voice smooth and controlled, "you've seen the files. You know what we're building here. A new world order, one powered by Echelon and you. The possibilities are endless. You've got the power to ensure stability, prosperity, and peace. No more wars. No more poverty. We can eliminate the need for politicians, governments, all of it. With your abilities, we can create a utopia." Zheng Yang's heart pounded as Leech's words sunk in. A utopia. Wasn't that the dream of every power-hungry corporate mogul? The promise of a world where they were the rulers, where everything was perfectly in their control. But at what cost? The realization that the power to control the world had been given to him, that his ability to manipulate electricity was not just a gift, but a weapon, was a cold, bitter pill to swallow. Leech, sensing his hesitation, continued, "What we're asking for, Zheng Yang, is simple. All we need is for you to embrace your potential. We're not asking you to be a dictator. Think of it as guidance. You will be the linchpin, the cornerstone of this new era. You'll control energy, you'll control lives, and you'll ensure that the world runs the way it was always meant to. No more uncertainty. No more suffering. You will have everything you've ever wanted." Zheng Yang's hands clenched into fists at his sides. The words were soothing, but underneath, he could feel the venom. He could sense the control Leech wanted to exert over him. The subtle manipulation. This was not about creating a better world, it was about consolidating power. It was about making Zheng Yang the face of their empire while they pulled the strings from behind the scenes that he thought of the files he had found, the neural manipulation, the mind control. A system that linked human brains to the electrical grid, rendering free will obsolete. He wasn't just a cog in a machine. He was the machine. The thing they had been building for years, the thing that would give them ultimate dominion over humanity, was already in motion. And it had all led to him. Do you understand what you're asking me to do? Zheng Yang's voice came out steady, but there was a sharp edge to it. You want me to control the world. You want me to force people to live under your rules, to bend them to your will. You want me to play God. Leech's lips curved into a slight smile. Not play God. Be God. The world needs a leader like you, Zheng Yang. You have the power to make sure no one suffers again. Don't you want to use that power to fix the problems of the world? Zheng Yang's mind raced. He could feel the weight of his abilities. He could feel the power flowing through his veins, the potential to change the world at the tip of his fingers. He could make it all work. He could fix the energy crisis. He could end poverty. He could control the economies of entire nations, force peace between warring factions, end hunger with a flick of his wrist. The possibilities were endless. But so were the consequences. But at what price? He looked around the room at the other executives, all of them seated around the table, watching him like vultures waiting for a kill. They weren't interested in a better world. They were interested in control, in consolidating their wealth and power. They were the parasites, and he was the host. What's in it for me? He asked, his voice cold. You promise me power, wealth, security. But I know how this works. You're not giving me anything. You want to use me as your tool. The moment I become useless to you, you'll discard me, just like every other pawn. Leech's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly recovered. We're not here to discard you, Zheng Yang. We've already given you everything you need. All the resources, all the technology. And the power to control the future of the human race. Isn't that what you've always wanted? The chance to make a difference? Zheng Yang didn't answer immediately. He could feel the electricity in his body thrumming, calling to him. He could feel the current, the pulse of the world's energy, and it was so easy to fall into it, to let it guide him. To take control. To force the world into submission. He could end all suffering. He could make everything right. But the image of a world where humanity's free will was erased, where his every decision would become law, made his stomach twist. He wasn't the savior they were portraying him as. He was just another tool in their hands, a puppet who could string the world along until they pulled the final thread and left it in ruins. You think you can control the world, Zheng Yang said slowly, his voice low and dangerous, but you're wrong. No one controls the world. No one can. Not you. Not me. Leech's eyes narrowed, his smile fading entirely. Don't make a mistake, Zheng Yang. You're in this with us now. There's no turning back. You've already tasted the power. You know what you can do. You're not just a man anymore. You're a force. Zheng Yang's breath quickened as the room seemed to pulse with the weight of their words. He could feel it, the pull of the energy, the force that had taken hold of him. He could make them bend. He could take the power for himself and turn the tables. But in that moment, he realized something more important, that he wasn't just the man with the power. He was the man who had the potential to destroy everything. The energy in the room shifted, like a storm was approaching. Zheng Yang closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the hum of the power that coursed through his veins. He could feel the pull, the overwhelming desire to seize control, to crush them all beneath his will. But he also felt the growing ache in his chest, the ache of knowing what that would cost. Maybe you're right, Zheng Yang said quietly, opening his eyes to meet Leech's gaze. Maybe I am a force. But I'm not your force. Before anyone could react, he raised his hand, and the room seemed to tremble with the sheer weight of the electrical charge he unleashed. The lights flickered, dimmed, and then went out entirely, plunging the room into darkness. Zheng Yang took a deep breath. The pulse of energy still thrummed beneath his skin, but now, it was different. He wasn't just reacting. He was in control. He wasn't a puppet. He was the master of his own fate. And the fate of the world, for that matter. You're going to stop this, he said, his voice calm but firm, or I will. Guo Rui was never one to follow the crowd. A quiet figure in a world of noise, he spent most of his time buried deep in the inner workings of electrical systems, circuits, and blueprints. While his peers obsessed over flashy projects, he focused on something far more grounded, solving the minutiae of power systems to make them more efficient. To him, every wire had a story, every resistor had a purpose, and every volt carried its own weight. This obsession led him to his work at the Beijing Power Research Institute, a place brimming with bright minds and cutting-edge technology. Guo Rui was just one of many engineers, but unlike the others, he wasn't looking to impress anyone. He wasn't out to become famous. He didn't even care if his name was ever mentioned in the credits of a groundbreaking discovery. He just wanted to understand how things worked, especially when it came to electricity. That day, he was alone in the lab. It was late, too late for anyone to be wandering through the sterile, humming hallways, but Guo Rui couldn't help it. The experiment had to be done now. For the past year, he'd been working on a project he called quantum electric synapse, which, in simple terms, was meant to increase the efficiency of electrical transmissions between devices. But to Guo Rui, it wasn't just about efficiency. It was about the deeper connection, the flow of energy, the intricate dance of electrons moving through wires. What if there was more to it? What if he could tap into that flow directly, not just observe it? He had kept his ideas to himself, fearing that if he shared them with his colleagues, they'd dismiss him as delusional. But tonight, he was ready to test it. His fingers flew over the keyboard, adjusting the parameters on the computer screen in front of him. The large machine that filled the center of the room, his experimental rig, began to hum, its lights flickering to life. The complex wiring, stacked components, and blinking monitors gave off a soft, almost hypnotic glow. Guo Rui stood back, staring at the machine with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Let's see if it works, he muttered under his breath, tapping a final command into the system. The lights flickered once more, and then everything went dark. For a moment, Guo Rui stood frozen. He had expected the power surge, had even planned for it, but not this. The lab was eerily silent. A cold sweat trickled down his spine as he reached out to check his equipment. His fingers brushed against the surface of the table, and then, he felt it. A pulse, a jolt of energy shot through him, an electric current that surged up his arm, coursing through his body, and into his mind. His vision blurred, his heart raced, and the world around him seemed to warp. He gasped, feeling his thoughts stretch, expand, and then, snap, suddenly, he wasn't in the lab anymore. He was inside the system. The circuitry, once just a network of wires and chips, became a living entity in his mind. He could feel the electrons moving, rushing along their paths, pulsing with life. It was as though his mind was now one with the machine, flowing with it, becoming it. He could feel the current, the flow of energy as it coursed through every component, every wire. It was beautiful, terrifying, and utterly alien. Guo Rui tried to make sense of it, but it was too much. The energy was overwhelming. He tried to pull back, but he couldn't. The current had him, its grip tightening around his consciousness. For a moment, he feared he might lose himself, swallowed whole by the machine. But just as suddenly as it had taken hold of him, it released him. He stumbled back, gasping for air, his legs shaking beneath him. The lights flickered back on, and the machine settled into its usual hum. Guo Rui looked around the lab, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was back in his body, but something had changed. It was the energy. He could still feel it. Holy hell, he whispered, stumbling toward the computer screen. His heart was still racing, but his mind was clear, sharp. He felt different. Like something inside him had awoken. As the seconds ticked by, Guo realized what had just happened. He hadn't just connected with the system, he had become part of it. His consciousness had merged with the electrical flow. It was an accident, sure, but it was also an incredible discovery. He had touched something that no one else had ever dreamed of. With trembling hands, he began typing. His thoughts were racing, but he knew what he needed to do. He had to test this. He had to understand it. He reached out again, this time with a more focused intent. His mind pressed forward, searching for another connection, another node to connect with. It was like learning to walk all over again. He stretched his senses, and just as before, he felt it, the surge of energy, the pulse of the current. This time, however, he wasn't pulled into it. He was able to control it. His mind nudged, twisted, and pushed the current, directing it as if it were an extension of his own body. I can control it, he muttered, a grin creeping onto his face. The ability to control electrical flow was one thing, but what he was feeling now was something far beyond simple power. He wasn't just manipulating machines or circuits, he was interacting with them on a fundamental level. His mind could slip through the wires, hopping from one device to another, following the current like a traveler following a river. For a moment, Guo lost himself in the flow, exploring the vast network of circuits like an adventurer discovering uncharted lands. He jumped between devices, his mind slipping from one power grid to another, from computers to televisions, to security systems. It was like having the entire world at his fingertips. This was no longer just about energy efficiency. This was about control. Guo's newfound ability, however, was not without its risks. The more he experimented with his power, the more his body began to feel the toll. Every time he jumped, every time he connected with a new circuit, it felt like a part of him was being stretched beyond its limits. His body would tremble, his eyes would blur, and the sense of disorientation would grow. It was like being pulled through an electrical current, too fast, too far, but despite the physical strain, Guo couldn't stop. He was hooked. The allure of being able to control the very flow of electricity was too great. He wanted to see how far he could go. How far could he push this? His first real test came a few days later, when he decided to try something a little more daring. He found an old security camera system that was connected to the building's main electrical grid. With a focused breath, he extended his mind toward the nearest outlet and jumped, slipping into the wires, feeling the surge of energy as he connected with the security system. He could see the camera feed in his mind, the security footage flickering before his eyes like a television screen, and then, with a grin, he did something he'd never thought possible. He took control of the cameras, not just the feed, not just the images on the screen, but the cameras themselves. He could move them, twist them, turn them in real time, all with the power of his mind. The implications were staggering, but it wasn't enough. He wanted more. He wanted to understand the limits of this new power. Guo felt a strange satisfaction as the city's lights flickered in his control. The current pulsed beneath his fingers, his mind guiding its flow through the electrical grid like a conductor orchestrating a symphony. He could feel the power surge, the electricity humming through his fingertips, and the endless possibilities it offered. It wasn't just a matter of turning on or off a light, it was the ability to influence entire systems, to reshape the pulse of the world around him. For the first time in his life, Guo felt truly in command, but with power came responsibility, or, more precisely, a lack of it. He had always been the quiet, methodical engineer, working behind the scenes, but this was something different. This wasn't just about fixing problems or making systems run more efficiently. This was control, raw and unchecked. And as much as he told himself he was merely experimenting, Guo knew he was no longer just an observer in the world of electricity. He was its master. The deeper he delved into his new abilities, the more questions arose. He had become addicted to the sensation, like a drug coursing through his veins. The more he used it, the more he wanted. Guo began to experiment on a grander scale. He connected himself to the global electrical grid, a vast web of power lines that stretched across continents, pulsing with an almost infinite source of energy. The first time he jumped from one grid to another was almost too much to bear. He felt as if he was falling into an abyss, his consciousness shuddering with the force of it. But then, just as quickly, he found his balance. His mind settled into the flow, and suddenly, he was connected to a new city, an entirely new set of wires and machines. It was like stepping into a new world, where every electrical device was a part of the whole. And yet, in this new world, Guo was the one who had ultimate control. For the next few days, he spent hours experimenting with his newfound power. He accessed satellite systems, hacked into security cameras, manipulated traffic lights, and altered electricity grids. It was like playing a game with the city itself. But even as the excitement of his experiments grew, something darker began to emerge. Guo was no longer just controlling machines. He was manipulating people, too, indirectly, of course. A flick of a switch, a change in the power flow, and the lights in a hospital would flicker just when critical operations were taking place. A twist in the current, and an air conditioning unit would malfunction in the middle of a heat wave, leaving an entire neighborhood sweltering in the heat. At first, it was just harmless fun, he thought. But then, as he grew bolder, he realized the potential consequences of his actions. One wrong move, and he could cause chaos on a global scale. It wasn't until he stumbled upon a secret transmission that the true scope of his abilities, and the dangers they posed, became clear. He had been toying with the idea of intercepting data streams, mostly just for the thrill of it. One day, while snooping through an encrypted transmission, he caught something he wasn't supposed to see. The message was part of a larger file, encrypted and layered with security measures, but to Guo's surprise, he had no trouble breaking through. The transmission was a list of names, dates, and transactions, all tied to major energy corporations. The deeper he dug, the more he uncovered, a global network of manipulation, bribery, and shady deals designed to control the world's energy supply. And there was more. A project codenamed Project Blackout was mentioned repeatedly, but the specifics were vague. Whoever was behind it had gone to great lengths to keep it under wraps. Still, Guo's curiosity got the better of him, and he began to dig deeper. The more he uncovered, the more alarming it became. This wasn't just about money, it was about power. Whoever controlled the world's energy had the power to control governments, markets, and, most disturbingly, entire populations. Guo's heart raced as he read through the files. The scale of the conspiracy was staggering. These were the kind of secrets that could bring down entire governments, overthrow multinational corporations, and change the course of history. But there was no going back. He had already seen too much. He leaned back in his chair, a cold sweat trickling down his spine. He had been playing with fire, but now, the fire had consumed him. His mind raced. He knew that exposing these secrets would have far-reaching consequences, but he couldn't just walk away. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that his abilities were tied to something much bigger than himself. This wasn't just about playing with electrical currents, it was about uncovering a truth that the world needed to know. But the stakes were higher than he had ever imagined. The moment he uncovered Project Blackout, Guo knew he had crossed a line. He was no longer just a curious engineer. He was a threat, one that needed to be silenced. Within hours, a warning appeared on his screen: unauthorized access detected. Security breach imminent. Guo's heart skipped a beat. He had known the risks, but he hadn't expected the authorities to move so quickly. Someone, somewhere, was already aware of his actions. And that meant only one thing: he was being hunted. The thought barely had time to settle in his mind when the lab's security system began to glitch. The lights flickered once more, and then the entire building went dark. Guo's mind snapped into overdrive. He had to move fast. His fingers flew over the keyboard, trying to lock down his systems, but it was too late. His heart raced as he disconnected himself from the grid, hoping to cover his tracks. But it was no use. He could feel the weight of the net closing in on him. He had made a grave mistake. Now, he was the one being hunted. A series of alarms began to blare, and Goroi realized he was no longer alone. Figures emerged from the shadows, clad in black tactical gear, moving silently through the darkened hallways. He could hear their footsteps growing louder, closer. They were after him. He didn't hesitate. In one fluid motion, Goroi jumped into the electrical grid, his mind leaping from the building's power lines to the city's grid in a desperate attempt to escape. But even as he moved, he knew it wouldn't be enough. They would track him down. They would find him. And when they did, there would be no going back. Goroi's fingers trembled as he jumped again, this time accessing a nearby security system to cover his tracks. But the more he ran, the more disoriented he became. His body felt like it was being torn in two, stretched beyond its limits as he flicked from one electrical grid to another. He could feel his strength waning, the toll of using his powers taking its toll. But he couldn't stop. He had seen too much. He had uncovered too many secrets. And now, the world was coming for him. The chase was on. Goroi's mind raced as he dove deeper into the city's electrical web. He could feel the power coursing through his body, his every thought tethered to the current. It was exhilarating, but also terrifying. He had never felt so vulnerable, so exposed. The power was his, but so were the risks. He needed a plan. He needed to think fast. His body ached with the strain of constant jumps, and he could feel the limits of his abilities. Each jump, each connection, drained him further, like a battery slowly losing its charge. But he couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. Goroi's sense of time became fragmented. His body, exhausted from the continuous strain of jumping through grids and systems, felt as though it were slipping in and out of focus. Every jump felt more like a desperate gasp for air than the smooth control he once had. But he couldn't stop. His mind was connected to something much bigger now, something too dangerous to ignore. The urgency of it all, the consequences of what he'd learned, the fact that the government was closing in, the threat of what might happen to the world if Project Blackout came to fruition, it all pushed him forward. He couldn't afford to hesitate. As his mind flicked from one power line to another, Goroi realized he was no longer in full control of his jumps. He was slipping. Each time he moved, the sensation of disconnection was more pronounced. His body, tethered to the real world, felt distant, as though he were an observer watching someone else struggle. His consciousness was stretched too thin, pulled across continents in milliseconds, diving between grids that spanned vast regions. A sharp pain pierced his skull, and for a moment, he feared he might lose himself entirely. He tried to pull back, to return to the relative safety of the lab, but the forces at play were too strong, and he couldn't disengage. It was like trying to escape the grip of an ocean wave that had already engulfed you. He thought he heard a voice, distant but clear. It was familiar. Goroi. Lu Fang. The thought hit him like a jolt of electricity. She had been sent to track him down. Lu Fang, the ex-intelligence officer turned cyber hunter, was sharp, dangerously sharp. He had known from the beginning that the authorities would send their best to find him, but the realization that she was now within reach hit him with a sense of finality. She was no mere pawn, she was a force to be reckoned with, and unlike him, she had been trained to outwit even the most sophisticated technologies. In his fragmented state, Goroi could feel her presence, like a shadow lurking just behind the current. She was there, closing in fast. The pulse of energy he felt from her, riding the electrical waves, was unmistakable. She was tracking him, riding the same currents he used to escape. Every time he leapt, every time he jumped, she followed, like a predator anticipating its prey's next move. He gritted his teeth and tried again to pull himself together, but the physical toll was unbearable. His mind surged through the circuits once more, but this time it was a struggle just to maintain focus. As Goroi jumped from one power grid to another, each leap seemed to drain him further, his vision blurring, his consciousness flickering. He could feel the very fabric of his mind beginning to unravel. He had pushed himself too far, and he knew it. But he had no choice. He couldn't stop now. There was too much at stake. His next jump was wild, instinctual, desperate. He had no plan, no sense of direction. He was just trying to outrun Lu Fang, trying to escape the inevitable collision. As his mind crashed into a foreign grid, Guorui felt his vision tunnel, the edges of his awareness narrowing, until finally, he lost all sense of control. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was still inside the system or if he had fallen completely outside it. He was drowning in a sea of data, unable to distinguish reality from the electric web he had become so entwined in. It was as if his body had ceased to exist altogether. His pulse raced, his mind screamed for clarity, but nothing came. He was slipping through the cracks, slipping into something he couldn't understand. Then, suddenly, a sharp, piercing clarity broke through the fog. Guorui blinked, and his surroundings snapped back into focus. He was in the heart of the city, but it wasn't the city he had known. This was something deeper, something more fundamental. The power grid stretched out before him, vast and interconnected, like a neural network. It was alive with electricity, humming with the power of millions of lives. And at its center, he saw it, the core of Project Blackout. His breath caught. He had found it. Project Blackout wasn't just a shadowy initiative hidden in the files of energy corporations. It was real. And it was far worse than he could have imagined. The core was a massive control center, designed not just to manage energy, but to redirect it on a global scale. It could manipulate power systems, creating artificial shortages or surpluses at will. And with it, the world's energy supply could be weaponized, not just for political leverage, but for absolute control over nations, corporations, and populations. This was no mere conspiracy. This was a calculated plan to control the pulse of the planet itself. The implications were staggering. This wasn't just about profit. This was about total domination. Guorui's mind reeled as he processed the scope of what he had found. He wasn't just stumbling upon secrets anymore. He was standing at the precipice of a global disaster. The entire system could be manipulated, altered, twisted, used, to control people, countries, economies. And he was the one who had discovered it. A cold wave of realization swept over him. Exposing Project Blackout wasn't just about bringing down a corrupt energy cartel. It was about preventing a global disaster, a catastrophe that could devastate the world's infrastructure. If the wrong people like the ones behind Project Blackout, gained full control, it could mean the end of freedom, the end of choice. And now, Guorui was the only one who knew about it. His thoughts were interrupted by a new, chilling realization. His connection to the power grid was still alive. He was still in it. And worse, he was being watched. Lu Fang. She was closing in. He could feel her presence in the current. She was tracking him, moving swiftly, guided by the same web of electrical power. Guorui had no more time. His body, already on the verge of collapse, was no longer capable of withstanding the strain. His energy was fading, but his mind still burned with the truth he had uncovered. Guorui's options were narrowing. He could try to jump again, to escape, to hide. But the government would find him. They would capture him. And in doing so, they would seal the fate of the project. The people behind Project Blackout wouldn't stop until they silenced him. But what if he could do more than just escape? What if, instead of running, he could strike back? The thought hit him like a jolt. He had the power, the ability to control the flow of energy, to manipulate the world's grids. Why couldn't he use it to expose the truth? To force the world to see what was happening before it was too late? With a sudden surge of energy, Guorui reached deep into the system, pulling at the very heart of Project Blackout. His mind, though weak, found the core and hacked into it, pushing through the digital defenses with everything he had left. The core hummed with life, and then, nothing. For a split second, the system faltered. The electrical current wavered, the power grids flickering in a moment of hesitation, and then, with a final, desperate push, Guorui did what he had been avoiding all along. He pushed the button. The lights went out, the entire world plunged into darkness. For one brief moment, Guorui stood still, his breath shallow, his body trembling. He could feel the weight of the world shifting, the balance tipping in his favor. The blackout wasn't just a technical malfunction. It was a signal. It was his message to the world would now know, and the people behind Project Blackout would have to answer, but Guorui's victory was short-lived. As the last of his energy drained from him, he knew his time was running out. He had exposed the truth, but at what cost? His body was no longer capable of enduring the strain. His mind was fragmented, his connection to the grid slipping away. As his consciousness flickered one last time, Guorui heard the distant hum of a machine, the faint whir of electricity cutting through the silence. And in the distance, just beyond his reach, he saw Lu Fang, but this time, she wasn't chasing him. She was standing still, watching him, waiting. The storm came like an old friend, familiar, inevitable, and louder than ever. Ma Tao sat in the control room of the power plant, his eyes barely skimming over the monitors in front of him. A life spent around electrical grids had made him indifferent to the occasional thunderstorm. The flashing lights, the crackling hum of high-voltage lines, the distant thunder rolling in the air, it was nothing new. His shift was nearly over. The storm was no big deal. Just another night spent watching cables and transformers pulse with barely contained energy. It was routine. Everything was routine. Another storm of the century, Ma Tao muttered, his voice flat, just a touch of sarcasm lingering. He took a sip of his coffee, the mug chipped and stained from years of use. Aren't they all the same? The radio crackled to life as the storm intensified outside, lightning splitting the sky in jagged white lines, followed by the deep growl of thunder. The wind howled through the cracks in the walls, sending the flickering fluorescent lights above him into an erratic dance. Ma Tao, came a voice from the radio. We're having some irregularities in Sector 5. Check the transformer circuits. Looks like we're in for a rough one. He groaned, rubbing his temples. Sector 5 was the oldest part of the plant, and no matter how many times they patched things up, it always seemed to be on the brink of failure. Nothing a little maintenance couldn't fix. He grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair and stood, making his way down the narrow hall to the electrical room, the hum of machinery echoing in the pipes above. The storm was nearing its peak, but Ma Tao had been through worse. The grid had its problems, but they were manageable. Nothing that couldn't be handled with a bit of patience and some elbow grease. At least, that's what he thought. As he stepped into the maintenance room, a flash of light blinded him, and the entire plant shook. The emergency alarms began blaring, filling the room with an almost deafening noise. Ma Tao's heart raced. The power went out. Darkness fell like a heavy blanket. Damn it, he cursed, rushing to the control panel. A bolt of lightning had struck the main line. The backup generators kicked in, but they couldn't keep up with the intensity of the storm. The plant had gone into emergency mode. Red lights flashed in all directions, but nothing was working like it was supposed to. He was surrounded by a sea of wires and circuits, but in that moment, it felt like the entire system was about to collapse on itself. Then, the power surged again. But this time, it wasn't just the lights. Ma Tao felt it, felt the current jump, an electric pulse that surged through his body, as if the storm itself had found a direct path into him. He staggered back, his breath catching in his throat. His heart raced, and his body trembled as the electricity coursed through his veins, threatening to fry him from the inside out. But instead of pain, there was a strange sense of connection. An overwhelming awareness, as though his body and the grid had become one. The storm outside and the power inside were no longer separate forces. They were linked. He could feel every fluctuation, every surge of energy moving through the wires as though they were channels into his very soul. His hands flew to the control panel, and without thinking, he reached out to steady the energy. trying to balance it. The high-voltage lines rattled and sparked as if fighting him, but Ma Tao could feel it now. He could feel the flow of electricity like a river, twisting and turning, constantly shifting. And he could direct it. Not with buttons, not with switches, but with his mind. With a thought, the realization struck him with the force of another lightning bolt. "What the hell?" he whispered, staring at his hands, which now buzzed with a faint, crackling energy. He felt every particle of air hum with potential. A sudden flash, and the lights flickered back on. The storm outside raged even harder, but Ma Tao had no time to be concerned about that. The plant's systems began stabilizing under his guidance, almost instinctively now. The turbines that had been sputtering returned to life, and the panels stopped blinking red. Ma Tao wasn't just observing the grid anymore. He was controlling it. He felt power surge through him, like an electric storm contained in a human body. He wasn't just repairing the system anymore. He was commanding it, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was that with each pulse of power he drew into himself, it grew stronger, more volatile, harder to manage. He could feel the current intensifying with every thought, every movement, every instinct. It was too much. He had to stop it, and then, he couldn't. A crackling sound filled the room, and the metal walls around him groaned under the pressure. The air itself seemed to vibrate, a deep hum building into a roar. Ma Tao's mind screamed at him to stop, but his body responded with a jolt. The electricity surged wildly, uncontrollably, as if his body had become the very storm outside. The storm inside him was no longer just a product of his will, it had taken on a life of its own. He felt the shift before he saw it, the shockwave of energy that shot out from his body, exploding through the room. The lights shattered, and sparks flew from the cables as the electromagnetic pulse expanded outward, racing toward the power grid. The air crackled with the kind of energy that could level cities. God, no! Ma Tao barely managed to scream as he fought against the storm within himself. The room around him was completely out of control, the electrical surges jumping from the walls to the ceiling, igniting everything in their path. It was too late. A full-blown electric storm erupted in the heart of the plant. The energy was uncontrollable, feeding on itself, spreading like wildfire. The building began to shake as the power lines exploded one by one. Metal twisted, and windows shattered under the pressure. Lightning struck with such intensity that it seemed as though the very ground was being scorched. Ma Tao's world became a blur of blinding light and deafening noise. He fought against the flood of electricity inside him, but it was like trying to contain an ocean with a single hand. He needed to find a way to stop this, to regain control, but where was the control to begin with? How could a man control an element as chaotic and wild as electricity? And what if, just maybe, it was beyond control? The electricity surged again, a massive shockwave of uncontrolled power that blasted through the walls of the power plant. Ma Tao felt his body stiffen, his muscles seizing in agony as the current tore through him, as if every fiber of his being was being pulled apart by invisible hands. The energy crackled and hissed, dancing across every surface in sight, twisting into terrifying arcs of lightning that threatened to reduce the entire building to ash. He screamed, but the sound was lost in the storm of noise and chaos around him. He couldn't think, couldn't breathe, as the power surged through his veins. He felt like he was drowning in it, submerged in a sea of raw electricity. The ground beneath him trembled as the storm raged unchecked. With each breath, his skin tingled, every nerve in his body alive with the force of 100,000 volts. For one long, surreal moment, Ma Tao's world was nothing but pure energy, pure chaos. He was the storm, and the storm was him. He could feel the electrical fields pushing at him, swirling around him like a force of nature, an elemental force. And then, like a bolt of lightning cutting through a dark sky, a voice inside his mind cut through the storm. "You can control this." The words were simple. But they were powerful. They came not as an order but as a revelation. He could feel it, control. The storm was a part of him, as much a part of him as his own heartbeat. It had always been there, under the surface, waiting for him to realize it. Ma Tao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he focused. He closed his eyes, trying to shut out the storm's deafening roar and the pulse of energy within him. He focused on the power he felt coursing through his body and, slowly, with trembling concentration, he began to direct it. It was a subtle thing at first. A slight shift in the hum of the power grid. A flicker in the lights. Ma Tao pushed harder, feeling the energy bend to his will. It wasn't easy. Every part of him fought the storm, but his mind, his will, anchored him to the task. He could feel the power waning, the energy beginning to recede like the tide pulling away from the shore, and then, with a single motion, Ma Tao thrust his hand forward, and the storm stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. The room around him was a war zone, shattered glass, scorched metal, and smoldering cables. The emergency alarms were still blaring, but they seemed distant now, like echoes in a far-off place. Ma Tao took a deep breath, his chest heaving, his body trembling with the aftermath of the surge. He didn't know how long he stood there. Maybe seconds. Maybe hours. It didn't matter. What mattered was that the storm had stopped. He had stopped it, but at what cost? The building around him groaned and shook as if still haunted by the chaos that had raged through it. Ma Tao's heart was pounding in his chest, but it wasn't just from fear. It was something else, a deep, primal realization. He had done something impossible. He had controlled an electric storm. He had wielded energy like it was his own, bending it to his will, but the question echoed through his mind like a warning: what happens if you lose control again? He stumbled back from the wreckage, his legs weak, his mind racing. This wasn't something that could just be forgotten. His body had felt the storm. He had become the storm. And now, the fear came. The fear of what he could do with this power, what he could not control. Ma Tao's thoughts were interrupted by a loud banging on the door, followed by the unmistakable sound of voices shouting his name. He flinched, snapping his head toward the sound. It was the plant security team, probably, doubtless alerted by the alarms or the emergency systems. But as they pounded on the door, Ma Tao realized that he didn't have much time. The storm outside was still raging, and now that the power had fluctuated so wildly, it wouldn't be long before the authorities arrived, wanting answers. And that was the last thing Ma Tao wanted. He moved quickly, stumbling over debris as he made his way toward the back exit of the plant. The storm outside greeted him like an old friend, lightning illuminating the sky in jagged bursts of white light. But as he pushed through the door and stepped into the night air, he didn't feel the sting of the rain or the threat of the storm. He felt the weight of something much heavier, the weight of what he had become. He didn't stop running. The next few days blurred together, a whirlwind of panic and confusion. Ma Tao had hidden himself, using every ounce of his knowledge to cover his tracks, to evade the authorities who were undoubtedly hunting for him. The world wasn't ready for a man who could control electricity, not in the way that he could. Governments would want to harness him. Corporations would want to profit off of him. And worst of all, they would see him as nothing more than a tool. A weapon. He spent the next few days in a quiet, run-down apartment, trying to come to terms with the power inside him. He had tested it, small things, at first. Flicking lights on and off. Recharging his phone without a plug. But the more he experimented, the more Ma Tao realized that his abilities were no longer limited to simple tricks. The currents inside him had grown stronger, more volatile. At times, it felt like a wildfire just waiting for a spark to set it off, and it wasn't just the electricity. There was something more to it now. The magnetic fields. The feeling of being tethered to something vast and invisible. He could sense the hum of power around him, could feel the weight of the entire electrical grid like a network of veins running beneath the surface of the earth. Every power station, every transformer, every electrical line, it all seemed so fragile now. So finite. But he couldn't just keep hiding, not forever. As the days passed, Ma Tao knew that it was only a matter of time before the government or some corporation found him. They would want to exploit him, control him, turn his abilities into something they could use. He couldn't let that happen. He wouldn't let it happen. The only way forward, he realized, was to understand what was happening to him. To learn to control it, not just for his own safety, but for the safety of everyone around him. Ma Tao spent weeks isolated, far away from the prying eyes of the world, in a secluded cabin at the foot of a mountain. Here, he began his real training. His experiments became more intense, more focused. He practiced with precision, learning how to control the flow of power, to manipulate the currents inside him without losing control. The danger of the electric storm still lurked in the background, always threatening to resurface, but slowly, he gained a sense of mastery. He learned how to feel the energy, to direct it without letting it overwhelm him. He spent hours a day meditating, focusing his mind, and honing his skills. And as he did, he realized something that chilled him to the core. The power inside him was not just a gift. It was a curse. The more he controlled, the more he risked. One wrong move, one miscalculation, and the storm could return. Worse, it could be even worse than before. And then, there was the government. The whispers. The rumors. He had no doubt they were looking for him. No doubt that someone, somewhere, had already put a price on his head. The power he had was too dangerous for the world to ignore. Ma Tao's pulse quickened as the world around him pulsed with electricity. The weight of his powers pressed in from all directions. Days spent alone in the cabin, secluded from the world, were starting to wear on him. The isolation was beginning to gnaw at him, but the growing danger of what he could become, the electric storm inside him, kept him from taking risks. He had already felt the surge once, and that was enough. He was in control, but just barely. There was always a nagging sensation in the back of his mind that it wouldn't take much to break his focus, that he couldn't keep running from his own potential forever. The longer Ma Tao stayed in isolation, the more his mind began to turn on him. He couldn't escape the gnawing question: what if he never learns how to fully control it? The electric storms weren't just a result of his power going unchecked, they were a symptom of something deeper, something about the way his body had reacted to the lightning. He had never seen anything like it, not in his years as an engineer. There had to be a scientific explanation, a way to study it, understand it, tame it before it consumed him, but no one would be willing to help him. There was no one he could trust, not with this. The government wanted to turn him into a weapon. The corporations wanted to profit off of him. Everyone had an agenda. He had already felt their eyes on him. He was their most valuable asset, but also their greatest threat. Ma Tao had to make a choice. That he was sitting at the small table by the window, the dim light of his cabin casting long shadows across the floor when the decision hit him. He had to return. Not to the city, not to the power plant. Those places were too dangerous, too full of too many people who might turn on him. No, he had to go to the heart of it all. He had to go to the center of the electric grid, to the very source of the power that flowed through him. He would learn everything, figure out how to make it work before it consumed him. The power lines, the transformers, the stations, they all operated on a scale far beyond anything he had experienced. If he could tap into the infrastructure, find a way to learn from it, to synchronize with it, maybe then he could understand his abilities. Maybe then he could find peace. The road back to civilization felt longer this time. The mountain stretched endlessly in front of him as Ma Tao drove his old car, the engine sputtering under the strain. The storm clouds from earlier were long gone, replaced by a dull gray sky. He kept his eyes on the road, his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, but his mind was elsewhere, on the journey ahead. He could feel the pull of the grid as he neared the city. He didn't know how he knew it, but it was like a faint hum in the back of his mind, a tether to the electricity that surrounded him. The further he went, the stronger it became. Soon, he was in the outskirts of the city, where the power plants loomed on the horizon like sleeping giants. He parked his car a mile away from the nearest plant and approached on foot. His heart pounded as he walked through the night. There was no turning back now. He couldn't run anymore. He had to face what he had become. As he neared the facility, he felt the electricity in the air, the static charge before a storm. It was different here. It was raw, powerful, but also controlled. The hum of the power lines, the whir of turbines, it all felt alive, like a pulse that connected everything. Ma Tao could feel it in his veins, in his bones. It was in the air, in the earth beneath his feet. His mind raced as he took in the complexity of the machinery around him. This was where it all began. Suddenly, a light flickered in the distance. Then another. Ma Tao's senses sharpened, and he froze. Someone was here. He knew it instinctively, the way an animal senses danger in the air. He stepped back, hiding in the shadows, but his heart didn't stop racing. He knew that whoever was coming was likely looking for him. He was no longer just a man on the run. He was the storm, and the storm had a reputation. A group of men appeared, their silhouettes barely visible under the dim light of the facility's security lamps. They moved quickly, scanning the area. Ma Tao held his breath. They were armed. He could see the outline of their weapons as they checked every corner. They must have been part of a security team, dispatched after the plant's emergency earlier that week. But there was something about their movements that told him they weren't just security. They were looking for someone. Ma Tao's hand hovered over the small device tucked into his pocket, his only piece of safety. A small, portable EMP generator, a tool he had built just in case things went south. It was his only way out if the situation got out of control. He watched as the men walked closer, their footsteps crunching on the gravel. Then, without warning, one of them turned and looked straight at him. Ma Tao's heart stopped. The man didn't blink. He didn't flinch. It was as if he had known Ma Tao was there all along. Ma Tao, the man said, his voice low but clear. We've been looking for you. Ma Tao froze. His stomach dropped. He had been found. Who are you? Ma Tao's voice cracked as he spoke, not from fear but from the sheer weight of recognition. He knew this man. He wasn't just a random security guard. He was someone much higher up the ladder. The man stepped forward, a thin smile on his face. I'm someone who can help you, he said, his tone smooth, almost comforting. But Ma Tao wasn't fooled. He could feel the dangerous undertones in the man's voice. I'm with the National Energy Security Bureau. We've been tracking you, Ma Tao. Your abilities are impressive. But they're dangerous. And we need you to help us. Ma Tao stood rigid, his mind racing. The NESB, the government agency tasked with controlling anomalies like him. They had been watching him, just as he had feared. They were here to control him, to exploit his abilities. I'm not going with you, Ma Tao said, his voice sharp. I won't be anyone's weapon. The man's smile never faltered. You don't have a choice. You're already a weapon, whether you like it or not. We can either help you understand your abilities, or we can take them by force. Ma Tao's eyes narrowed. He could feel the pressure building, like the electricity in the air. He knew what he had to do. He had to escape. And he had to do it now. In one swift motion, he reached into his pocket and activated the EMP device, sending out a pulse of electromagnetic energy that short-circuited the security system. The lights went out, and everything went dark. The sudden loss of power sent the men into a panic. They scrambled, trying to figure out what happened, but it was too late. Ma Tao had already moved. He ran into the shadows, his heart pounding, his mind racing with the realization that his time had run out. The storm was coming. And this time, it wasn't just the world outside. It was him. He had triggered it. Ma Tao's pulse quickened as the world around him pulsed with electricity. The weight of his powers pressed in from all directions. Days spent alone in the cabin, secluded from the world, were starting to wear on him. The isolation was beginning to gnaw at him, but the growing danger of what he could become, the electric storm inside him, kept him from taking risks. He had already felt the surge once, and that was enough. He was in control, but just barely. There was always a nagging sensation in the back of his mind that it wouldn't take much to break his focus, that he couldn't keep running from his own potential forever. The longer Ma Tao stayed in isolation, the more his mind began to turn on him. He couldn't escape the gnawing question, what if he never learns how to fully control it? The electric storms weren't just a result of his power going unchecked, they were a symptom of something deeper, something about the way his body had reacted to the lightning. He had never seen anything like it, not in his years as an engineer. There had to be a scientific explanation, a way to study it, understand it, tame it before it consumed him, but no one would be willing to help him. There was no one he could trust, not with this. The government wanted to turn him into a weapon. The corporations wanted to profit off of him. Everyone had an agenda. He had already felt their eyes on him. He was their most valuable asset, but also their greatest threat. Ma Tao had to make a choice. He was sitting at the small table by the window, the dim light of his cabin casting long shadows across the floor, when the decision hit him. He had to return. Not to the city, not to the power plant, those places were too dangerous, too full of too many people who might turn on him. No, he had to go to the heart of it all. He had to go to the center of the electric grid, to the very source of the power that flowed through him. He would learn everything, figure out how to make it work before it consumed him. The power lines, the transformers, the stations, they all operated on a scale far beyond anything he had experienced. If he could tap into the infrastructure, find a way to learn from it, to synchronize with it, maybe then he could understand his abilities. Maybe then he could find peace. The road back to civilization felt longer this time. The mountains stretched endlessly in front of him as Ma Tao drove his old car, the engine sputtering under the strain. The storm clouds from earlier were long gone, replaced by a dull gray sky. He kept his eyes on the road, his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, but his mind was elsewhere, on the journey ahead. He could feel the pull of the grid as he neared the city. He didn't know how he knew it, but it was like a faint hum in the back of his mind, a tether to the electricity that surrounded him. The further he went, the stronger it became. Soon, he was in the outskirts of the city, where the power plants loomed on the horizon like sleeping giants. He parked his car a mile away from the nearest plant and approached on foot. His heart pounded as he walked through the night. There was no turning back now. He couldn't run anymore. He had to face what he had become. As he neared the facility, he felt the electricity in the air, the static charge before a storm. It was different here. It was raw, powerful, but also controlled. The hum of the power lines, the whir of turbines, it all felt alive, like a pulse that connected everything. Ma Tao could feel it in his veins, in his bones. It was in the air, in the earth beneath his feet. His mind raced as he took in the complexity of the machinery around him. This was where it all began. Suddenly, a light flickered in the distance. Then another. Ma Tao's senses sharpened, and he froze. Someone was here. He knew it instinctively, the way an animal senses danger in the air. He stepped back, hiding in the shadows, but his heart didn't stop racing. He knew that whoever was coming was likely looking for him. He was no longer just a man on the run. He was the storm, and the storm had a reputation. A group of men appeared, their silhouettes barely visible under the dim light of the facility's security lamps. They moved quickly, scanning the area. Ma Tao held his breath. They were armed. He could see the outline of their weapons as they checked every corner. They must have been part of a security team, dispatched after the plant's emergency earlier that week. But there was something about their movements that told him they weren't just security. They were looking for someone. Ma Tao's hand hovered over the small device tucked into his pocket, his only piece of safety. A small, portable EMP generator, a tool he had built just in case things went south. It was his only way out if the situation got out of control. He watched as the men walked closer, their footsteps crunching on the gravel. Then, without warning, one of them turned and looked straight at him. Ma Tao's heart stopped. The man didn't blink. He didn't flinch. It was as if he had known Ma Tao was there all along. "Ma Tao," the man said, his voice low but clear. "We've been looking for you." Ma Tao froze. His stomach dropped. He had been found. "Who are you?" Ma Tao's voice cracked as he spoke, not from fear but from the sheer weight of recognition. He knew this man. He wasn't just a random security guard. He was someone much higher up the ladder. The man stepped forward, a thin smile on his face. "I'm someone who can help you," he said, his tone smooth, almost comforting. But Ma Tao wasn't fooled. He could feel the dangerous undertones in the man's voice. "I'm with the National Energy Security Bureau. We've been tracking you, Ma Tao. Your abilities are impressive. But they're dangerous. And we need you to help us." Ma Tao stood rigid, his mind racing. The NESB, the government agency tasked with controlling anomalies like him. They had been watching him, just as he had feared. They were here to control him, to exploit his abilities. "I'm not going with you," Ma Tao said, his voice sharp. "I won't be anyone's weapon." The man's smile never faltered. "You don't have a choice. You're already a weapon, whether you like it or not. We can either help you understand your abilities, or we can take them by force." Ma Tao's eyes narrowed. He could feel the pressure building, like the electricity in the air. He knew what he had to do. He had to escape. And he had to do it now. In one swift motion, he reached into his pocket and activated the EMP device, sending out a pulse of electromagnetic energy that short-circuited the security system. The lights went out, and everything went dark. The sudden loss of power sent the men into a panic. They scrambled, trying to figure out what happened, but it was too late. Ma Tao had already moved. He ran into the shadows, his heart pounding, his mind racing with the realization that his time had run out. The storm was coming. And this time, it wasn't just the world outside. It was him. He had triggered it. Ma Tao ran through the darkness, the cold night air cutting against his skin. The storm inside him, the electric energy that had once felt like an untamable force, surged again. He could feel it, as if the very ground beneath his feet hummed with the pulse of power, an invisible tether to the grid that he could no longer escape. He wasn't sure if it was his own panic or the storm growing stronger, but the current within him was beginning to claw at his control once more. He pushed forward, his breath shallow, his legs aching from the sprint. The EMP pulse had bought him some time, but not much. The men from the National Energy Security Bureau were still out there. He could feel their presence, a quiet hum in the distance as they scrambled to get their systems back online. They were close, but Ma Tao couldn't stop. He couldn't let them catch him. Not when he was so close to understanding what was happening to him. The forest ahead was thick, trees clumped together in a shadowy mass, their branches swaying in the wind. Ma Tao moved quickly, heading toward the old transmission lines that he knew ran through the area. These were the lines he had studied before, old, unreliable, but they held power. If he could tap into them, connect to the grid at its core, he might be able to stabilize the chaos within him. The lines themselves were crude, but they would have to do. He didn't have time to be picky. He reached the overgrown path leading to the power lines, the hum of the grid growing louder in his ears with every step. The storm in his chest was building, swelling like a tidal wave, and he could feel the pressure pushing against his body. It was becoming harder to breathe, harder to think. His body ached with the weight of the energy that surrounded him, but it was more than just physical exhaustion. The power within him was like a storm on the brink of a violent outburst. Ma Tao stopped at the edge of the clearing where the transmission lines ran across the landscape, their wires sagging slightly under the weight of years of wear. He could feel the pulse of energy coursing through the lines, but it wasn't just electrical. It was a pattern, a rhythm, a beat that matched his own heartbeat. His senses flared, and he reached out with his mind, trying to synchronize with it. The first wave of energy hit him like a shock, slamming into his chest, making him stagger back. His head spun, his vision blurring. The current from the transmission lines felt like an entire storm crashing through his body. The sensation was terrifying, a jolt of energy that threatened to tear him apart. He gasped, his hands trembling, but he forced himself to stay focused. This was the key, the connection. If he could harness it, he could tame the storm inside him. He steadied his breathing, focusing on the pulse of the grid, finding the rhythm, matching his heart to the beat of the power surging through the lines. The storm inside him howled, louder and louder, but he didn't give in. He held on to the current, feeling it, becoming it. The lines hummed beneath his touch, vibrating with raw energy, but he fought to control it. He could feel the currents flowing into him, weaving through his body, through every nerve. And then, for a moment, it clicked. He wasn't just tapping into the power lines. He was becoming one with them. The storm inside him quieted, the energy subsiding into a calm hum. The current that had once raged within him now moved with purpose, under his command. He could feel the grid, the pulse of every station, every connection, flowing through his fingertips. Ma Tao's breath slowed. He was in control, for now. But the peace was fragile. He knew it. The storm would return, and if he wasn't careful, it would tear him apart. He couldn't afford to lose this connection. Not again. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, feeling the pulse of the world's energy flow through him. The air around him seemed to hum, to vibrate with power. And in that moment, Ma Tao understood something that sent a chill down his spine. His abilities weren't just a freak accident. He was connected to the grid in ways no one had ever imagined. He wasn't just manipulating electricity. He was a part of it, an extension of the very power that coursed through the world. And that power, if left unchecked, could tear everything apart. But it wasn't enough to simply understand. He had to control it. The storm wasn't done with him yet. The sound of footsteps broke through his concentration. Ma Tao snapped his head up, his heart pounding. He felt it before he saw them, more men, their heavy boots crunching through the leaves, their movements deliberate and precise. He knew who they were. The NESB. They had tracked him again. Ma Tao's mind raced. He could feel the storm building inside him again, the pressure rising. He couldn't afford to lose control. Not here. Not now. He pulled back from the transmission lines, retreating deeper into the trees. His body still hummed with energy, and he had to stay focused, stay calm, but the fear was creeping in. He wasn't ready. Not yet. He sprinted through the forest, keeping to the shadows, the storm of power inside him crashing like thunder in his chest. His pulse quickened. The men were getting closer, but he didn't have much time. If he couldn't stay ahead of them, if he couldn't hide, they would take him. And then it would all be over. Ma Tao ducked behind a thick trunk, breathing heavily, trying to steady himself. The sound of the men's voices grew louder, clearer. He pressed himself against the tree, his eyes scanning the darkness. He could feel the electricity in the air now, crackling as the storm inside him swirled. His control was slipping. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, and in that instant, Ma Tao felt it, the storm was here. The men were close, too close, but it wasn't them he feared now. It was what was inside him. He could feel the current moving in his blood, the pulse of the storm growing stronger, faster. His body trembled with the effort to contain it. He needed to act. He needed to stop the storm before it consumed him. Without thinking, Ma Tao released the energy, but not in a burst. No, this time he focused. He let it grow, let it fill him until it was a storm in his chest, but then he let it slip out in a controlled wave, pushing it outward into the air around him, guiding it, bending it. The air hummed, the trees groaned, and for a moment, Ma Tao felt the rush of power crash through him, washing over everything, until the ground beneath him shook. Ma Tao's eyes snapped open. The trees trembled, and the air seemed to crack with static. The storm he had summoned wasn't just inside him, it was everywhere. He had unleashed it. He had made it real. The men from the NESB froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of them reached for his radio, but the signal cut out as the electromagnetic pulse washed over them. The power flickered, the lights in the distance blinking out as the storm surged forward. Ma Tao was barely aware of what was happening. He could feel it, though. The storm. It was no longer just an extension of him, it was its own force, uncontrollable and wild. The trees around him bent and broke under the pressure. Lightning sparked from the ground, shooting into the sky. The hum of the power grid roared louder than ever, and Ma Tao stood in the eye of it all, unable to stop what he had started. The storm was here, the men were scattering now, trying to escape the pulse of energy that Ma Tao had unleashed. But it was too late. The storm was no longer a part of him. It was everywhere, and he couldn't stop it. The power surged, uncontrolled, and Ma Tao could feel his connection to it slipping. The storm was beyond him now, beyond anyone's control, and all he could do was watch.